Hello, wonderful people. It's Mark Reid here again, and today we're going back into Praise's room. I know, to this time it was a Hovind kerfuffle. Hovind, if you don't know, is the infamous pastor from Alabama who runs Dinosaur Adventureland and has had a myriad of problems surrounding him. If you don't know what happened, basically a content creator called Praise I Am sent an email around to every sort of person involved in the debate scene on the atheist side saying that Kent Hovind was appearing on his stream on this date, and basically a challenge, and sort of threw back and forth that you were a coward if you didn't come and challenge him, kind of thing, which was sort of weird. But I think enough people showed up that he sort of got really mauled in this one. I was not there for the Hovind part. I actually had something to do, so I couldn't make it, but I did come in as soon as I got home and sort of challenge the people that were there. I couldn't get in for a while, but when I did get in, I had some. They sort of did a round robin, and I want to sort of edit it to cut out some of the more sidetracked thing. A guy called C. Brown was really trying to get a one-on-one with Grayson in the middle of this sort of organized response time. Um, the notes I have are copious. So many points are being raised by so many different people. To be honest, I loved it. I thought it was great. I could address so many different points at once and fire back at them. It was actually really cool. I really enjoyed it. But I just thought I would give you the my time in there, what I saw. I really highly recommend that you check out some of the people that were in there, like Atheist Junior, Grayson, who did an amazing job. Atheist Junior did an amazing job. Amy Newman did an amazing job, and I'll provide their links down in the description. But it's time to go back into praises. Let's get ready to rumble.
Like this.
Okay, so then
There's a suite of genes that will make up something like a bellows lung. And I'm picking this example specifically because it relates to the Dino-to-bird evolution. So there's a suite of genes, not one gene. There's a suite of them that will make up a bellows lung. Now, there's a suite of genes that will make up an avian lung. So in your paradigm, somehow or another, you made this transition from reptilian type creatures with bellows lungs to an avian type lung. Now, every evolutionist in the world that's arguing reasonably will say that one lung had to develop from another. In other words, the avian lungs couldn't have developed from, legs or a liver or some other organ. They had to have come from another type of lung, right? So why is it mathematically impossible? It's because this suite of genes, when stepwise mutations happen, they're going to happen randomly in any one of those genes. The very next mutation is going to happen randomly. It could be in the same one. It could be in a different one. There's a coordination of events across there that creates a hypothetical pathway to get you from the bellows lung to the avian lung. If evolutionary theory were true at all, it's not, you have to have a fully functional system that can make that stepwise transition every single step of the way through, I'd say billions, that's really, really generous, quadrillions, septillions, centillions of changes.
Whatever number you want to throw out there.
Get to that point, and every single one of them has to work without interruption.
So just
No.
yes, exactly. No, irreducible complexity is silly.
Yes,
I
this
just
is-
want to point out that
there is a
evolution-
path that you cannot describe.
Well,
to
let
get from
Amy
point A to
speak.
point B.
Yeah,
cannot
you've had your
describe that
speak.
path.
You've had your speech, T-Rock. How you think it's mathematically impossible, and Amy's going to tell you why you're wrong. Go, Amy.
Well, I just want to point out that gravity is both a theory and a fact. We have the framework of facts that build the theoretical framework that is natural selection. We also have the fact of evolution that wherever life is present, evolution seems to be happening. And so we could disagree. We're even having a debate on it right now, but they're not debating it in science classrooms, academia. They are not debating it among anywhere except for religious circles.
Yeah, and I also would like to point
Here's
out
the
a very
odd-
cursory
paradox
search.
that
If I could just
considers-
say something just quickly. A very cursory search sort of brings up papers on the phases that the lungs would have gone through from theropod dinosaurs to avian lungs. Phase 1, elaboration of the paraxial cervical air sacs in basal theropods no later than the late Triassic. Differentiation of avian ventilatory air sacs, including both cranial air sacs and caudal diversions in basal tetraneurians during the Jurassic. Then a heterogeneous respiratory tract with compliant air sacs in turn. Then phase 3, evolution of a primitive costosternal pump in maniraptoriform theropods, like so your raptors, your velociraptors, things like that, before the close of the Jurassic. And phase 4, evolution of an advanced costosternal pump in maniraptoran theropods before the close of the Jurassic. So all of those things, like what you're sort of expecting, T-Rock.
Have those been observed, Mark, or is it just story hour?
Yeah, just if I could finish. Well, what you're expecting is basically a change from one to the other directly. And that isn't what's happening, and that we sort of have to iterate. That isn't what's happening. What it is that sort of very small changes occur, basically, that can show that the lung can change over time in many different ways to be advantageous to the creature at every step, but not lose its previous function. And then once the new system has developed, the old system is no longer needed, and so it evolves away. That creatures basically are born without that old system, because they're saving energy in creating those structures. That is advantageous as well. So it's kind of like having a table that's set up with something in the middle to support it, and then once it has evolved to the other leg, we take that thing away. So all of this, I mean, I can put a paper in there sort of showing you, but have we seen it? It's been like we've got fossils that sort of show that this kind of development.
I didn't ask if you have fossils, Mark. I have a question for you, Mark.
What have I seen it personally? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, no, Mark. What would the empirical methodology be for establishing ancestral relations with mineralized fossils in the geological column? What would that be?
Also, Mark, say yes, but only in Pokemon.
I kind of wanted to address
an answer for that.
Yeah, so physiology, embryology, geology.
What is the empirical method for establishing an ancestral relationship with a mineralized fossil in the geological column?
Testable predictions.
No,
yes,
no,
that
sir.
That, and we look at
what is the mechanism? Can you extract the DNA from those things and make a connection?
Let me explain. I'll tie it in with exactly what we're talking about, right? Because we should have the prediction, if evolution is true, that dinosaur.
No, I just want an answer to my question.
Hold on, Sam. I didn't interrupt you. Now, dinosaur lungs.
But I asked a question.
Sam, you're interrupting.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
No, I asked Mark a question, Grayson. You're actually the one.
All right, guys. Let's try to get this under control now.
I asked Mark a question. I didn't.
I was in the middle of an explanation.
No, I asked Mark a question.
Hey, Mark, can I have my explanation?
Sure. No, I don't care.
Thank you, Mark.
And Praise, let me get in there at any moment too.
Okay, so I just want to say that we would predict. I just want to say that we would predict that dinosaurs would have more avian-like lungs, right? That would be the evolutionary prediction. So then, in the last few years, like since 2020, I think we've gone in and we have found multiple lines of evidence that dinosaurs had avian-like lungs that were not avian, but were a step towards avian lungs. And we see that evidence in the fossil record. We see how those lungs are interacting with the vertebrae that we find, which only happens in that way in birds. And we find evidence that dinosaurs had avian lung diseases that are lung diseases that only affect bird lungs. So we have multiple corroborating lines of evidence that dinosaurs are a transitional step in the evolution of avian lungs.
It's not what I asked.
Hold on, let me address that really quick. What he just said about the dinosaur lung system and the bird lung system. You got two types of systems. You got an alveoli and a parabronchi. They're completely different. One has
Alveoli are
tubes.
mammal lungs. Those are not in dinosaurs
Those
or
are not.
reptilian lungs.
Yeah.
No. You got some. What I'm saying to you is, you got a parabronchial lung system. Okay, those are in dinosaurs, and you got alveoli um, um, lung system. You got some dinosaurs in that too. But the thing about it is, there's no transition between the two.
Yeah, there
Okay,
is.
once each
No,
system,
you are mistaken about that. You're talking about mammalian.
Hold on, wait a minute. Why do you always interrupt? Hold on. Why do you always interrupt everybody? Come on, man. Calm
Because
down.
you've been saying incorrect
No.
information.
I waited for a
Come
long
on,
time.
Grayson.
I started, and you're too energized. Chill out for a second. Let me get it out, and then you can address it. What I'm telling you is those systems are completely different. One has a bellow system, okay, and one has tubes. You can't evolve one from the other. Okay, you can't change. There's no in between state between the two. Either you got a complete system in one, you got a complete system in the other. You cannot evolve between one or the other.
Okay, can I address that?
Lungs are literally in between reptilian lungs and avian lungs. They are what you are describing as a fully functional system that is in between those two.
And plus, the dinosaur. Hang on a sec, C. Brown. Just a sec. So the link that you're talking about is a predatory dinosaur from the Upper Cretaceous rocks in Argentina. It's called Eristion ricolorideus. It exhibits extreme pneumonization of skeletal bone, including pneumatic hollowing of furcula and ilium. In living birds, these two bones are pneumatized by diversion of air sacs that are involved in primary ventilation. So they do have some of the traits of... They're a dinosaur, right? The entire morphology is a dinosaur, except that it has some of the traits of avian respiratory systems.
No, that's not true. They're completely different. You can have
I'll put in chat
hold on one second.
Paper on it. Well, I want to show you the paper so you can look it up. So here we go.
Wow, you guys do not
go for it.
Okay, that's not the paper I'm talking about, though. That's not what I'm talking.
Well, what paper
you
are you
said
talking
that
about?
paper that I'm talking about. I'm talking about just for my studying. Okay, you have two systems. Would you allow me to speak, please?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, systems. Can I look up your study then?
I don't have it right in front of me. Look, Mark, I'm not going to try to grab papers right now. We're having a conversation. Okay. I'm just telling you. You can look it up later. We can talk about it later. You got two systems. You got parabronchi, you got alveoli. They're completely different. There's no transition between the two. You can't go from two totally different systems to another. If you try to do that, it will probably end up, devolving and be corrupt. You can't go from two totally different. You could branch up from one that's similar to the other one, or you can have epigenetic regulations that regulate certain things that change, but you can't go from one complete system to another one. You can't do that.
No one's saying that
paper
happened.
That Mark just listed literally shows that.
It's a gradual stepwise process.
You don't even see it.
The problem is that you're sort of saying that it can't go from one to the other, like it's going to switch instantly from one to the other, and nobody is saying that's what's happened. It's a very, very gradual process where systems are added gradually over main four phases that they're describing, that adds these abdominal air sacs, and then this thing develops, and like you're thinking that it just switches.
Has that
from
been
one
observed,
to the other.
or is it just story time?
Sure,
it's storytelling.
Has it been observed?
Like I said, I just gave the name of the dinosaur.
Okay. Well,
the dinosaur that has avian respiratory systems in it. So if you actually look up the paper, and I'd be really interested in knowing where your paper is published, C. Brown, because you're sort of talking a lot about your study.
And Mark, we're not here for stories about dragons and giants. We don't need
dragons. I'm sorry. No, this was obviously a dragon. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my bad.
You got a one-way continuous flow tubular system that birds have. Okay, right. That's a complete system. You got air sacs. Then you got a system that's totally tubes. They got holes running through them. You don't go from tubes to air sacs. You can't. There's no way to build from the two. Okay, you can add to. You can make theoretically. You can make a air sac a little bit more complex, or make a tube system a little bit more complex. according to you guys, but you can't go from one complete system that's completely functional to another one that's completely functional. They're complete systems.
Except for the dinosaur lungs, which are transitionary from one system to the other.
Well, everything's
So I've
transitionary.
got Mark's link paper open.
Yeah.
From +1. It is complete fantasy.
Thank you.
What do you mean it's complete fantasy? That's. Can you demonstrate that? Can you have anything? Is that just a
so
nut?
I'm sitting here. Living birds possess a unique heterogeneous pulmonary system. Blah blah blah. Okay, anchored lung and several compliant air sacs that operate as bellows, driving in inspired air through the lung. Okay, and so he goes down into the methodology section. He says, we describe a new predatory dinosaur from the Upper Cretaceous, blah, 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 that exhibits pneumatization of skeletal bones. Pneumatization of skeletal bones, and you're saying that is the equivalent of an intermediate step between the two different lung systems.
It's
that
a mosaic property between the two. I mean, you understand how mosaic attributes work and what mosaic fossils are?
Yeah, and you understand that you can take
what are mosaic fossils then, T-Rock? Because I'm not sure I completely understand. What are mosaic fossils then, T-Rock? Explain it to me.
They're interpreted.
What's mosaic got to do with anything? That's kind of the point here.
Well, you're not giving me a definition. I'm a bit unclear on it. Can you explain it to me, T-Rock?
Yeah, I don't think you're all that unclear.
What they do is they grab a paper.
They're interpreted lines of evidence with no empirical methodology that establishes their relationship.
Sam, that doesn't tell me what it is. You don't know what
it
is.
They are interpreted lines of evidence.
Okay, so I will explain what a mosaic.
I'm looking for something that is demonstrable. You guys want to take the high ground and say that
Sam,
you're on the side of science, but everything you give us is just imaginary lines of evidence.
Anything relevant here? Okay, so a mosaic fossil is a fossil which has properties which are mosaic, as in intermediate between two different organisms, as in like the descendants and the ancestors.
That's not what mosaic is.
Well,
yes,
that's
it is.
the methodology.
Hold on, I'm still in the middle of my explanation. Please don't cut me off here, because they're called mosaic because not all the properties are the same level of intermediate, like at the same time. So you have some properties that are more intermediate and some that are more derived and some that are more basal. That's why it's mosaic, because it's a mosaic of different intermediate properties, one of which, T-Drock, you read aloud, the pneumatization of the bones is an intermediate between avian and non-avian lungs, which is seen in the dinosaur skeleton.
Okay, so
show up the pictures. I'll tell you what, put up the pictures. Put up the pictures.
That word intermediate that you threw in there is a completely subjective idea. A mosaic is where you take a piece of one thing plus a piece of another plus a piece of another, and you put them together and you make something that's different than all three of the.
That is a different definition of mosaic. You're not talking about mosaic fossils. That's not the definition of mosaic fossils. When archaeologists and paleontologists say mosaic properties, they mean something very specific. And you're trying to say that this is arbitrary, but it's not. An example of a mosaic property is brain size, right? So you look at one skull, it has 400 cc's of volume. One has 600. A mosaic skull would be one that has 500 because it has a property that is intermediate between 400 and 600. That is what a mosaic property is by definition.
But that doesn't help. That doesn't help you when you're talking about skull size, one bigger than the other. Yeah, you got gradual different skull types. Okay, it doesn't help you when you have a complete system that's designed a certain way that's completely different than the other one.
Not designed.
Okay, completely different. There's no way to go between the two of them.
There's not designed.
Hold on 1 second. You didn't even see this paper, Grayson. All he had to do was say he got a paper. He read a few lines.
Paper in front of me right now.
Okay, Grayson. Do you have seriously? You talked for a long time. Nobody interrupted you.
Because you're
why do you do that?
That need to be addressed.
No. I'm trying to. I need to finish.
Grayson, let him speak, and then address
God,
afterwards.
Grayson, man.
Finish, man. You
That's
can
right. Just
address
let him
after
finish,
he's done.
and you know, because all
Man.
I've heard is a lot of nah from
But what I'm saying,
Brown.
see, this is what I'm saying. You guys say evolution is not a religion, and you guys get this fired up where you can't even be calm enough to allow somebody to speak so you can use the ammunition against them. Calm down. Use the ammunition against me. When I say something wrong, use it against me. That's what I'm doing to you. Okay. The point is, like I said, it's completely different structures. I actually forgot my point because you interrupted me 10 times. I'm gonna let somebody else go ahead.
But I just want to point out we're passionate, but it's not because of a religion. A religion generally has a leader. It is trying to have ethics. With evolution, it is the cornerstone of modern biology because that's where all the empirical evidence leads. But Mark, you said that.
I was just about to say the same, actually. I was just about to sort of say that just because you're passionate about something doesn't mean it's a religion. I mean, I'm passionate about computer games. It doesn't mean that's a religion, dude. Like, seriously, that is like the worst argument I've ever heard in my entire life.
Okay, let me tell you why it's religion to me. Let me tell you why it's religion to me.
Sure.
Okay, because so Christians, you know, we are religious. We believe in God. We fight for what we fight for. You guys fight for evolution like you fight for your lives. Okay,
is there a
seriously. Even do you mind if I finish?
Sorry, I thought you had.
Okay.
I do apologize.
Yes, will you please let him finish, guys? Gosh.
Man, you guys is just too arrogant. What I'm saying is you fight like it's a religion. Okay, you don't give about anything. You know, you find evidence that's contradictory against evolution. You built rescue missions for it. You know, Amy was just saying maybe, you know, abiogenesis is like God creating. Then Grayson said a little earlier, maybe God did start an evolution, abiogenesis, because you know abiogenesis doesn't work. You don't want to talk about it, but you want to talk about evolution. But you guys are just too passionate about it. You dedicate your lives to it. Okay, if we're doing it for God, because it is a religion, we want people to get saved. We believe in God. We have the passion for it. You guys got stronger passion than what we have. It's a religion.
Okay, well, I'd like to respond to that.
Movie or something.
Yeah. But I'd like to respond to that.
My favorite movie is the best. Does that
too.
mean that that's my religion? No, it's really criteria.
I'd just like to point out. Well, just quickly, I'd just like to point out that you're sort of saying we fight for religion. You could say the same for the round Earth, right? That flat earthers say, hey, it's just your religion kind of thing. People fight for the round Earth as well, and they get very passionate about it. Yeah, it's because it's empirical science, not sort of a belief system. People still will fight for it. And you sort of said God started abiogenesis. Well, you'd have to demonstrate that for a start. And you said that passionate about it, it's what you dedicate your lives to. People also dedicate their lives to being a doctor. It doesn't mean that that's their religion. People dedicate their lives to engineering. It doesn't mean they worship bridges. Dude, seriously, your arguments are terrible. Like, stop.
So let me make a point real quick. Let me make a point real quick that'll help you.
I need to address. Wait, 1 second. 1 second, T-Rock. Let me address what he just said. Okay, yes, you dedicate your lives to being a doctor. They get paid for it. They get paid for it.
Sure.
Okay, you're not getting paid for it.
How do you know that?
But okay,
I'm monetized.
so
what are you
there's a
talking
lot.
about?
Okay, hold on. Let me just finish. Hold on. I can address that. A lot of you guys are not getting paid for it. You guys are so extremely passionate about evolution. You're not getting anything from it.
Among
what
other
basically
things.
you're saying, can I finish?
Sure.
You're not getting nothing for it. Okay. From our standpoint, we believe in God. We fight for Him. We feel we're going to get salvation. You're not getting nothing for it. The main reason why you're doing it is you don't want to believe there's a God. So you have to fight really, really hard for it not to be God, so you can feel comfortable and you can sleep at night. That's what it really boils down to, deep down in your hearts.
Okay, so let me clarify something.
We've got a telepath on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. He can read minds. That's his first trick. Yeah.
Okay.
So just because someone's
I'm gonna jump in. I'm jumping in. Stop. Quiet. Okay, so it's been a fun last hour. I just finished eating, got myself a fresh coffee. It's been quite the free for all, and so. That's good. We've had ourselves a little intermission, free for all. Because there's a lot of points on the table. Mark, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, mate.
Why don't we go around the room and anybody who has something to say, I know there's a few topics on the table, with the bigger question for tonight, basically evidence for evolution, and we'll get creation, separate ancestry in there. So why don't we kind of run with a few points that have been brought up, but we'll go around the room. I'd like to get in on it too, from what I've heard. There's a few points I want to make. And so why don't we just do, anybody who wants to get involved,
Let me start real quick.
say.
And I'll take
so T-Rock, let's start with you. We'll start going around the room. So we'll do 2 minutes, T-Rock, and then we'll go with somebody on the evolution side, 2 minutes. Let's say Mark.
I'll even join in.
2 minutes of praise. Yeah, so we'll have some fun. It's been a good free-for-all. Now let's get a little bit more structured. And T-Rock, let's start with you. Up to 2 minutes. You don't have to use the whole 2 minutes, but just so we're moving along smoothly, no more than 2 minutes per response. T-Rock, go ahead, starting now.
Okay, just a quick clarification on religion. If you use the modern definition of religion, you have to conclude that evolution is not a religion, right? Now, if you use the biblical derived definition of religion, you have to conclude that evolution is a religion. The biblical derived definition of religion basically boils down to how you practice what you believe.
Was C Brown
caught it. It's
seriously
okay,
taking a piss on
not
live air?
your
That's gold. I love it. I love it.
So the biblical definition is basically boils down to, and this comes from the book of James. Go read the book of James, and you will find religion specifically mentioned in the book of James. So go read that, and you will conclude that it's not giving you the definition per se, but it's giving you a footprint for how to identify what the definition is, and that is how you practice what you think. That is your religion.
Okay. Sorry, Amy. Go for it.
Well,
okay, so Amy, we're gonna hand it to you now. Just wait. Let me restart the timer. T-Rock, you used about a minute, so I appreciate that. Amy, you get 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so very much. I'm sending love to all of you guys out there. It is not a religion, like I was saying earlier, because not only does it have no leader, but from our perspective, it is descriptive, not prescriptive. We're going out into the universe and just trying to figure out what happens. The reason that we fight so hard, I don't think you will find many high school biologists or middle school biologists that want to pick fights with creationists. I think what you find is that we tend to be the more science communicators and debaters. And so we're feisty, because I don't know if I can speak for all skeptics, but I know I can speak for many when I say that I feel and think that when you attack evolution, when you attack cosmology, like the age of the Earth, you are attacking, in our opinion, the fundamentals of modern science. It doesn't mean you can't attack it. They'll go, well, why can't you attack science? Well, you can. It's just the creationists never put forth their own hypotheses that they want to get turned into theories. And so this is the right place for debate and discussion and dialogue. This is where it should happen. But after we're done hypothesizing, I wish the creationists, the intelligent design proponents, would go out into the field, do research, and get some published papers.
Okay, Amy, thank you for the points and the response. That was basically 2 minutes. Good job. Okay, so now what we'll do, to be fair, so we've gone T-Rock, then Amy. So why don't we get someone on the creation side in there? Sam, was there any? Okay, so Sam, you've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Is my mic turned down?
Your mic is kind of low. Let me see here. I'll turn your mic up slightly, Sam.
Okay.
Yeah, I can still hear you, but it could be louder. Yeah.
All right. Are we good now?
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, I hear a lot of cliches repeated from camp naturalism. Couple of those cliches Amy just repeated, saying that we don't have a model or that we don't have peer-reviewed papers and all of that rhetoric. You know, Mark, all the time, he throws out the no true Scotsman fallacy, which is absolutely ridiculous when he says that, well, creation journals don't count. Because, I mean, I could be silly And I could say the same thing about, the secular journals, but I understand that is a fallacious line of reasoning. And it seems like when we take away all of these fallacious lines of reasoning, we're not really left with much. And so when we ask for evidence that's actually demonstrable, we see that they continually pivot back to this, just storytelling. And when we do find evidences that are demonstrable, they're not necessarily in line with evolution. How much time do I have left?
You've got about a minute.
About a minute? All right. And so, for example, when we test, so Amy said earlier how we don't observe this change or something like that. That's true. We do test for it. She said he said that we don't observe it because we don't have enough time. But in a laboratory, we can speed these processes up. And when we do experiments on fruit flies or bacterias or fleas or worms or any of these things, we don't see them changing from what it is to something that it is not. So what is demonstrable is not evidence of evolution. It fits very perfectly with biblical creation.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Mark,
Yeah.
I feel like it might be a good time for you to go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, by modern definition, T-Rock actually means a normative definition, like what people use. I mean, you could define anything as religion. I could define my coffee cup as religion. So, sort of appealing to an alternate definition isn't really helping you. Plus, the way that you said it's how you practice what you believe, it means that you have a million religions. One of them is auto care. One of them is your health regime. One of them is your psychological wellness. Like if that is your definition of religion, then everybody has a million different religions because people always practice what they believe in multiple facets of their lives. Cliches, I'm not sure what he's talking about. That I think Sam went on about something. They don't have a model. Their model is God did it, and that isn't really a model. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't sort of explain how it actually happened. It's just a crutch because you don't actually have an explanation at all. It's just a placeholder. It's just magic. It's just fairies. It's just a one-word answer that doesn't actually explain anything. Creationist papers have not led to any kind of new information or new knowledge for our civilization at all. The most that they can do is just try and poke holes in the mainstream science, which is the peer-reviewed papers of which you're talking about. They don't actually find out anything new or significant about it, apart from saying, hey, God done it, and that's their entire hypotheses. And I mean, stuff like Rate Project that tried to solve the heat problem and failed spectacularly, and sort of said, hey, there's something else there that we don't know about that has to be there because the heat problem can't exist, but we can't explain it, is what they came to. So this is the sort of institutions that you want to place your faith in, and I will use that term strongly, faith. They basically haven't added to any of our knowledge about how things work or how things are discovered and how things actually work in the real world, while the mainstream science has been making leaps and bounds. And you're talking about demonstrable evidence, but yeah, we take the evidence and we use induction to make testable predictions out of it. Sort of saying, hey, in order to believe something, you've got to see it happen right in front of your face. If that was true, then no murderer would ever be convicted because you would have to see it. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, Mark, appreciate those points. And I think we're moving along smoothly. So Grayson, I know you've been waiting patiently. So I'll go for my 2 minutes and then we'll go with Grayson next. Okay, so I appreciate this. This has been a lot of fun. A few points that I heard discussed earlier had to do with mosaic fossils or mosaic creatures. I think a lot of the evidence for either creation or evolution are agnostic to the debate. And what I mean by that is they are non-discriminatory lines of evidence. So it would be like me arguing for creation by asking the question, what color is the sky? Why is the sky blue? And then I answer it by saying, well, it's because of creation. It's better fit with the creation model. Well, evolution can explain why the sky is blue and also why the earth is round. They're agnostic lines of evidence. And so, yes, we do find some interesting creatures in the fossil record. For example, here we have Tiktaalik, the famous fishapod. We have Archaeopteryx, of course. We could even get into homology, as you can see, or nested hierarchical patterns. Now, why it's agnostic to the debate is because the creationists, for example, can look to modes of transportation. I oftentimes point out that if we're made in the image of God, we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things. And as we know, humans have designed some interesting intermediates. Right here, we have the amphibious assault tank or vehicle, military amphibious assault vehicle, where it is a vehicle built for that transitional environment between sea and land. But we've also got the invention of your interesting crossover SUVs, where they resist classification. You've got an SUV here like the Ford Flex or the Dodge Journey or the Jeep Gladiator, where it's a mix of an SUV, blends the traits of an SUV, and also a van. And both of those vehicles are close together, just like we find the Mosaic features in Tiktaalik are close together. The last thing I want to say in 10 seconds is I think it's the differentiating lines of evidence that need to be focused on in the world of creation versus evolution. And that includes what? Endogenous retroviruses, chromosome 2 fusion, DNA level hierarchies, junk DNA, so on and so forth. And so what I've heard so far, this is the last thing I'll say, especially with the mosaics, the mosaic forms, is a lot of that which is agnostic to the overall debate. Okay, I yield.
Okay, so there's a weird format because I only have 2 minutes to respond to 6 minutes worth of things that the creationists have said.
You
But
can
first
do
of
it.
all, evolution, absolutely not a religion by any definition. T-Rock even said not a real definition. It's not a religion. He said it's only by a biblical definition, but his biblical definition would also include things like languages, which, hey, by the way, a language is how you practice what you think. So that fits the biblical definition of a religion, hence why it's not a good definition, because so many things that everyone agrees are not religion would be applicable therein. Sam was talking about what is some demonstrable evidence. I've already gone over that with testable, verifiable predictions are demonstrable evidence. These things have been demonstrated. It makes predictions. We verify them empirically. That is demonstrated evidence for evolution. And then finally, what Donnie was talking about, it is differentiated lines of evidence because, as I've already brought up twice in this stream, it's the pattern that we see in these mosaic fossils, which is not randomly distributed like we would expect if it was a creation model, but is within only the animals that are closely genetically related, which is exactly what we would expect in an evolutionary model. So it is differentiated lines of evidence. It's like if one model predicts exactly why and that the sky will be blue, and the other model simply accommodates it ad hoc after the fact. There is a difference.
Grayson, great job on the timing because you still had a little bit of time. So there we go. This is what I like to see in these speed rounds, 2 minutes, and it's just point after point after point. And so, okay, so we went Grayson. So let's go with, let's go C Brown. Or actually, I think once we go C Brown, we've basically made our way around the room. So praise.
I don't think Satan Ron.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta get mine. I gotta get mine here.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to say evolution is a religion of over extrapolating. They get something small and they completely over extract out to be something that is totally not. Okay. Then you want to say that God did it. Well, we're basically saying intelligent design. You know, what we see in nature looks extremely intelligent. It doesn't look random at all. Okay. Evolution want to talk about all the predictions it makes. I think they make a hell of a lot more false predictions. You know, false predictions like junk DNA, dual coding genes, duons, alternative splicing. I don't see how none of those mechanisms could come about through random processes. Alternative splicing is actually taking certain exons, put them together for a transcript, and discarding some other ones because it's being used in a certain gene. To me, that's intelligence. You know, so I don't see how and being genes that code for other genes, master genes. You know, evolution was a process, a foundation as being random, natural selection, mutations. It don't have selective properties as far as making intelligent selections. So that's a completely false prediction. Epigenomic regulation. How do evolution account for that? See, evolution has to completely keep changing. This is the reason why 2016 they had that meeting at the Royal Society on what they was going to do. It was called New Trends of Evolutionary Biology, Philosophical and Social Science Perspectives, because they needed to do something. Because evolution could not explain what we were seeing in nature. The data that we were seeing, evolution wasn't even matching up. That's good right there.
And that is 2 minutes on the dot. C. Brown, appreciate it. C. Brown on the creation side. So let's be fair and now hand it to Amy. I think we're basically back to you, unless James W. wanted to get in on it.
Or Saint Ronan. I don't think Saint Ronan.
Or Saint Ronan.
I just wanted to comment that that's just personal incredulity. It's not any type of barrier. Just because you can't wrap your head around it or you can't understand it doesn't mean that it's not a valid explanation. I mean, I can't understand tensor calculus. I'm not that smart, but the people who do understand it make planes and satellites that fly to Mars. So it must work, but I couldn't verify that.
Well, James W., I appreciate that, my good man. Okay, so now we'll hand it to, why don't we hand it to T-Rock?
Well, that's
hold on, let me just say something really quick, because this would be
yes,
short.
I keep forgetting about you, Praise. Okay, so we'll hand it to you because you are
totally
on the
forgettable,
Christian side, and so Praise. It's only your channel, right? So
yeah.
go ahead.
Hey, Praise, can I go on? Okay,
We've taken over. Praise,
So,
you have my permission to respond. Go ahead.
Donnie has control of the plane. Watch out.
Kind sir. So I do think religion or evolution is a religion because there's tribal tendencies from their camp. They even have their own popes and evangelists like Richard Dawkins and Bill Nye. And I'd also like to say that correlation does not equal causation. These inferences are based on assumptions. Homologous structures are the epitome of arbitrary speculation. It makes sense, from a programming standpoint, for there to be a common designer, and that's what we see in programming all around computer programs, gaming, and in fact, a lot of people have compared it to sort of like a computer game, like with the information in our cell. It is tantamount to that. But with that, I'll let it go there.
Praise, I appreciate that response there. Okay, let's hand it over to Amy. I'm sure she's got a couple things to say to your homology.
Homologous.
Just a few things. Yeah, don't say that three times fast.
Yeah.
That creation journals should just be secular journals anyway. If you could prove you're God, it should be through some sort of empirical means, at least if you're going through that avenue and not revelation. Anytime I hear storytelling and fairy tales, it always just feels like projection, because ours are being taught. This is just our views that we are thus regurgitating from these, like James was saying, these smarter people than us. It is not just because a book said so. I wanted to just go back to there was no selection process. It is why I was trying to emphasize on the pigmentation, and it could be any color, but if you just want to go a different direction, why does a male peacock have such a vivid, bright tail? Because the females of the species have put a sexual selection pressure on there that has made it go this way. And so there's actually multiple selection pressures, natural, sex, artificial, that can actually take something that was random, like a mutation, and have it some sort of meaning. And then the last thing on complexity, not the hallmark of design. I do want to talk about that, as well as any position can become tribal. But my joke is always that evolution is a proxy war because the creationists chose it to be so. A lot of religious people are perfectly fine with evolution. They are religious evolutionists, and they incorporate both their spirituality, their faith, and their science. But it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have popes. Richard Dawkins is a biologist. That's why we respect him, because of his expertise. However, they are fallible. We are all humans. And so we use the scientific process to know fact from fiction.
Okay, Amy, great timing. 2 minutes, basically on the dot. Okay, we'll hand it to T-Rock now. T-Rock, 2 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I'd like to point out something that should be really obvious. If evolution is true, then it's evolution's fault that all religions exist. Period. So no, it's not your turn. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were continuing.
So no, I mean, I'm my 2 minutes here. If evolution is true, then it's evolution's fault that religion exists. So on that basis alone, evolution is philosophically completely broken.
What?
And so some of the other really bad arguments that I heard.
Come on, guys, 2 minutes.
I said what?
Some of the other really bad arguments that I heard was that if what we observe were designed, it should be much more randomized than what it is. That is absolutely absurd. I already refuted this earlier, telling you that intelligence can produce randomness, but randomness cannot produce intelligence. It's a one-way street. So philosophically, evolution is broken. Mathematically, it's broken. And the arguments I've heard so far are as absurd as literally at that level.
Okay, can I address that, Donnie?
Well,
no, we're doing round robin.
Yeah, we're doing round robin, mate.
I know, but Donnie's just been picking at random who goes.
No,
no, he's gone.
Yeah,
back
it's been
to...
random.
I just let everyone go.
I know, that's why I asked if I could go next, dude.
Well,
I think we've basically been going
in order.
Well, no, Donnie's been going out of order because T-Rock preceded Amy the first time. He's been picking it at random.
Well, okay. Well, you go next, Grayson. If it's my turn, because I know it's my turn soon, I'll give up my turn for Grayson and go next time then.
And I have to jump in here really quick. I mean, if Ronan doesn't really want to participate, can we get someone in here that wants
No, I'm here. No, sorry, I'm here. I was just waiting for my turn. That's it.
Okay.
Donnie never gave Ronan a turn.
Well, I mentioned your name like 3 times and you didn't speak up, Saint Ronan. So
I just have like a simple inquiry for the evolutionist here because I want to understand where you guys are coming from.
Well, maybe we hear from an evolutionist in turn, Donnie, and then go to Saint Ronan. I'll go after him.
Yeah, because at this point, Saint Ronan, rather than like strict cross exam or asking questions, we are just going to take this time to do uninterrupted responses, and eventually, I'm sure it's going to evolve into more of a free flowing discussion. Okay, so Grayson, go ahead. You've been patient. I appreciate it. 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's just because T-Rock made a direct claim where he totally strawmanned me because he purposely did not include a subject to the sentence. He just said that we should expect everything to be randomized as if that's what I said, which it clearly was not. My example was the Mosaic species that we find are not randomly distributed. In fact, they can be distributed in any pattern. It doesn't have to be random, but it should be a pattern that is different than the pattern predicted by evolution, which is not the case. The distribution of Mosaic species that we observe in the fossil record is according to the evolutionary prediction. We only find Mosaic species for animals that are closely related genetically, which is the exact evolution prediction. So I'm saying it's not random. It could be random with the creator, or it could be literally any other pattern. So the fact that it is the pattern of evolutionary predictions is either, you got to explain that somehow.
Okay, so Grayson went. Why don't we go? I definitely have a few things to say, but we'll go Sam, and then we'll go Mark, and then we'll go me, and then Saint Ronan, because correct me if I'm wrong, Ronan, you're on the evolution side, right?
Not really. I haven't studied it enough to be part of it.
Okay, so you'll be more on the agnostic side. You can still have your 2 minutes at that point to
neutral
comment on. We've got one neutral interlocutor.
That's me. All right.
Okay, Sam, the floor is yours. Take it away.
All right, I'm going to start my timer. Okay, so right away, again, Mark with his silly cliches, he wants to say that we believe in magic and books and unicorns and all that, but Mark doesn't have a causal origin. And so maybe it was unicorns or magic that did that, or stretched out the heavens and all of this fine tuning. Maybe that was magic, or maybe it was magic bringing life from non-life. I don't know what it is. T-Rock, you brought up a great point. I'm going to address that next time around. The problem with these laws of nature that we were talking about, if they are not prescribed onto creation, then it's a composition fallacy. You are observing this little tiny localized place in our universe, and you're not even observing it completely, but you want to extrapolate that out, and you want to describe the whole in light of the part. It's a composition fallacy. So, when we're talking about anything being possible or impossible, you're going to have to refer back to these laws that make science possible. The problem that you're going to have, again, is you're going to have a giant extrapolation fallacy, because these laws have been documented for less than 200 years. And if these laws are only prescriptive, then you have no grounds to object if some crazy thing happens, such as a cow jumping over the moon. There's nothing binding creation like Apple has bound
Islam?
my cell phone with these laws, making anything possible or impossible. This is the problem of induction. So, yeah, I know I think I'm done for now.
Okay, that was about a minute and a half. We'll hand it over to Mark. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. I just want to point out that Danny pointed out Tiktaalik and these fossils, that scientists on the evolution side predicted them using the evolutionary model. Creationists didn't predict them. They didn't pray for them. They appeared. They were predicted by evolutionists using their models. So sort of saying that. And I don't know why you're using sort of amphibious vehicles as an example, because if you could get those amphibious vehicles to breed and then produce slightly different amphibious vehicles, you'd have a correct analogy, but you're just using a false analogy between biological organisms and non-biological built structures, and that definitely is a conflation. So the over extrapolation, as C. Brown said, it's just the series of induction. Saying it's random is a complete straw man. We're not saying that evolution is random. It's deterministic. It's determined by the natural environment. So you said, oh, it's intellectually selected. No, just environmentally determined is the selection method, not intellect. To you, it's intellect. Tough. No one cares. It's environmentally determined. So don't straw man and say that it's intellect. We're claiming it's intellectually selected. It's not what that means. So tribal tendencies that was brought up, and sort of, yeah, tribal tendencies exist in sport. They exist in people buying cars. They exist in all kinds of things. We don't call them religions. It's a just because something's tribal doesn't mean it's a religion. Richard Dawkins and those people, they're not any kind of significance. Their work is what they do is, but no more than anybody else who's a specialist in their field, like a doctor or a radiologist or anybody like that. So sort of arbitrary speculation as well. No, nothing. It's not arbitrary. As I've said, it's not random. And this is the thing that people keep saying, that it's all random. No, the selection process isn't random. It's environmentally determined. I'm glad you brought up programming, because programming has an efficiency that we do not see in living creatures. There's a sort of a top-down versus bottom-up system of how you design things. Bottom-up, it seems to be how evolution happens, or the natural world happens, not top down, and it shows with the kind of design choices that we see. It's not like programming. It's highly inefficient. And Sam just sort of said more cliches, went totally off topic for some reason, basically said that it's a composition fallacy, and then said an extrapolation fallacy. And the extrapolation fallacy is only over extrapolation, not just normal extrapolation. And we're using exactly the same methods of induction and evidence that all other scientific fields use, from, telecommunications to biology. Yeah, everything. So I don't know what Sam was talking about.
Okay, very good, Mark. I've been giving a couple of us here a little bit over the 2 minutes, just because at this point
my
there are
apologies.
a lot of. Oh no, Mark, it's completely fine. I know there's a lot of points on the table, and so I don't want to just cut people off mid-thought, mid-sentence. So very good. Everyone's doing good so far. Okay, so Grayson said it's the pattern, and once it gets back to Grayson, he can clarify whether or not I'm approaching this correctly. And because he's pointing out that the mosaics that we find, let's say Tiktaalik, which, by the way, they found tetrapod foot tracks in Poland that predate Tiktaalik by about 20 million years. Okay, so the evolutionists that oftentimes say, "Well, this is a confirmed prediction," are actually wrong. It's a prediction that it was false, basically. And so we see the same thing with vehicles that are closely designed. That's the whole point of a crossover SUV, where you have the blending of a van, features in a van, or traits in a van, and an SUV. Two vehicles that are very close together, not a vehicle that's built for the water like a boat, and then something that's just built for going to and fro from work to home like a sedan. No, I mean, these are two vehicles that are very close together, in the same way that Tiktaalik possesses features from an amphibian and a fish. Two very similar creatures. We're also just beginning to understand the characteristics of design. Mark was saying, well, vehicles don't reproduce. When you add reproduction into the equation, you're actually adding more complexity and therefore more problems for evolution. But it's a straw man of our model. Again, if God created us, the Bible says, we're starting from Genesis, that God created man in his image. And so if God created us in his image, there must be something about us that reflects the divine. And so it's our model that we would look to the biological world and see how the biological patterns occur. And maybe we can get a sense for how God designed through that by looking at modes of transportation. And we actually see within these vehicles, we see these built-in mechanisms, these safety mechanisms: adaptive cruise control, rear traffic warning, front assist, and these turned on because they're pre-existing in the system. And that's actually what we find in the design world as well, with these genetic switches and the epigenome, where these creatures, I have 10 more seconds here, they enter an environment, and due to pre-existing switches, genes are turned on and they could rapidly adapt to those environments. They're not through mutations or evolution, it's through epigenetics. And I yield. Okay, so
what to say who's next?
Grayson, you can. Okay, so we'll go with an evolutionist now. So I guess, well, it's either going to be Saint Ronan, but he's kind of neutral. Or
I'm sorry.
How about the evolutionist side choose who wants to go next?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to address this notion that complexity actually showcases design, because if you were to put the Yahoo and Google search algorithms together, early on they were very similar. Now Google has an amazing search algorithm, but the reason users selected Google over Yahoo is because of its simplicity, of its lack of complexity.
And if I can, I would just want to address the fact that
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Amy, is that all of the 2 minutes you want to use?
That is all I want, because I feel like it's a lot in a very little statement.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Very good. Okay, Grayson, over to you. Know what? Because Amy only used about half of her time.
I'll just be very quick. I'll just be a minute. So
okay, go ahead.
So tracks that predate Tiktaalik in no way invalidate the prediction of Tiktaalik, because the prediction was for the anatomy of Tiktaalik in the layer that it was found. And we found a creature with the predicted anatomy in that layer. So finding some tracks from before it in no way invalidates the prediction. And then just like with what you're saying with like the design of vehicles, okay, the hybrids that we see there are we can find hybrids regardless of the step that they are in the nested hierarchy, which is not the case that we see in biological organisms. The hybrid are only for adjacent levels in the nested hierarchy. They're never for, like, you never can skip over stages of the nested hierarchy, which you can do in designed things like vehicles, which is why that analogy shows why life is not designed, because the hybrids would be at every single level, like they would be regardless of the nested hierarchy, which is not what we find. I've tried to explain that to you before, Donnie, but I feel like you're not getting it.
Okay, Grayson, appreciate the response. Let me restart the timer. Now we'll hand it to C. Brown. C. Brown, you have 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, I want to first I want to address the selective pressures. Selective pressures do not have any creative. This is what I mean by over extrapolating. Selective pressures does not have any creative abilities. Okay, same way as environmental determinant factors. There's no um, getting new features on a random process through these processes. You're not getting epigenetic factors will give you will have you adapt to your environment. But this is pre-programmed mechanisms is already pre-programmed. So it's just over extrapolating, thinking that selective pressures, environmental pressures mean anything. Just like the fact is that we're humans, much more intelligent than apes, chimps, gorillas, and everything. Selective pressures made us intelligent. Selective pressures gave us the rose hip neurons, made our brains much larger, made us be able to communicate, build spaceships, while gorillas and chimps swinging trees and scratch their ass all day. So selective pressures did that for us. It didn't happen. Okay. The other thing is the evolutionists got such an imagination. They want to build a genome on mutations. They want to regulate a genome on viruses. Then they want to think a natural process can design editing enzymes and also DNA correcting protocols. You know, if the DNA is being corrected by little machines or whatever, it's obvious a target that the DNA needs to be at. If it wasn't a target, the chaperone proteins wouldn't destroy it if it was off of the target. So it's just crazy the imagination that they have. Okay, Tiktaalik throwing mud against the wall.
Actually, see, if you want, maybe note the Tiktaalik and wait till next because we're at about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
You did good. Maybe note that one, and we'll get back around to it.
Right.
I'll give a 20-second window basically, but once we hit that, we'll kind of
Right.
up.
Right.
Very good though. Everyone's doing a great job. So C Brown, appreciate it. Now we'll throw it to someone on the evolution side. Saint Ronan, I saw you unmute. So if you wanted to, I know Mark.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Yeah,
okay, you make it quick, and then we'll go Mark for a full 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just make it quick. So to me, I don't really see the problem of both sides. I mean, throughout the course of history, I guess in church history, there have been multiple church fathers that might have also argued that the earth was maybe not 10 or not 6, but 16. Another church father has also argued that to say from the Genesis account that says that we are made from the dust. So to him, it also suggested that we are made by natural elements. And I don't think there's actually anything wrong with both models. I think we're just trying to, I guess in this whole debacle, I mean, for me as a Christian, I think we're just trying to touch the essence of God. I mean, I know we can never fully do it, but I think we're just trying to touch it. And as far as the evolutionists, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to look at because you actually tell us where do these diversities come from? Like, how do we get different kinds of dogs, different breeds, different fishes? I mean, or how diverse marine biology is. So to me, I don't think it's something that we should be fighting over, but I think it's something that we should be collaborating. Now we will have our disagreements, but I think the last thing what we want is that we kill each other over it. And as far as a religion is concerned, I mean, yeah, again, just because you're passionate about something doesn't mean it's actually a religion. I mean, first and foremost, we have to define what a religion essentially is. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, and I'm gonna go now because my phone is actually a little bad. But thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, my pleasure, Saint Ronan. That means one spot is about to open up. So anybody in the chat wants to join either side, feel free to do so. Mark Reid, over to you. 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Time out real quick. I haven't gone since Mark last went, and I was hoping to.
Okay, let's do this, T-Rock, because Saint Ronan was kind of agnostic. Let's go Mark. Because before Mark was C Brown, which is the creationist side. So we'll go Mark and then you, T-Rock. So go ahead, Mark.
And I just want to say, nice to meet you, Saint Ronan, and good night. Like, follow, and subscribe to Praise I Am right down there.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to address the tectonic thing was a false prediction. It's not a false prediction at all. They gave a time frame at which the fossil should appear, and it was within the time frame. It was about 10 million years out, but their prediction was within a certain era, not like the exact year or something. I think Grayson covered that sort of thing. The more complexity is actually showing that it's not designed as Amy pointed out, it's simplicity that's designed, but you cannot sort of compare organic things to non-organic things to designed things. It just is a false analogy. You can't sort of say, hey, birds fly and bats fly, therefore they are the same thing and we should compare them. No, they're different. They're different things. And that's just a case of false analogy. You can't say they are the same. And as I said before, Donnie, your point would only be valid if we saw Jeeps and cars reproduce with allele change, with changes in their evolutionary cycle, which, is microevolution. So you have that happen, and then you've got a right analogy. But it won't, because they don't reproduce, and that's my whole point. Selective pressures don't have any creator. No, I agree. Selective pressures don't have any creator, and they don't have any creative abilities, which kind of presupposes the whole creator thing. And you're trying to smuggle a creator in there. No, we don't think it has a creator, or no creative abilities. That I don't know what you mean by that. Can it do new information? Yes, absolutely. We've seen new information come up. No one's sort of saying that epigenetic changes can't happen, but there are things that we see in these organisms which are new information completely. You sort of brought up us and chimps. Well, the selective pressures were the savanna. We needed more intelligence because there was less sort of areas to hide in, as opposed to the jungle where chimpanzees do live. Standing upright, that is beneficial on the savanna, not so much in the jungle where you can't see as far. Sweat glands, and a lot of people don't talk about this. Humans are the only animals that sweat through every pore of their skin.
10 seconds.
And that is because we have to run down our prey as persistence hunting, and that is a feature of the savanna, not of the jungle. So that as well. And I just want to give a big shout out to Saint Ron. Yeah, absolutely. I think it should be collaborative. I agree with everything he said.
Okay, appreciate it, Mark. Thank you very much. We'll hand it over to T-Rock. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so the two main arguments that Mark made, I want to address those real quick. He argued that you have to have reproduction in Donnie's automobile analogy, and I'm going to call that completely bogus argument. And the reason is because reproduction only complicates the matter. It does not simplify it at all. It doesn't make it easier for evolution to proceed. And so the example I would give is that if I have, let's say I have a chair and it takes 5 bolts to assemble the chair properly. That can be done with simple mechanical energy under a broad scope of environmental conditions. You can have heavy rain, you can have very low temperatures, you can have very high temperatures, you can have electromagnetism in the background, you can have high degrees of radiation, you can have just about any environmental condition you want, and it still only requires relatively simple mechanical energy to assemble those 5 simple bolts that all turn in the exact same direction to put the chair together. Compare that to evolution is extremely delicate in the sense that chemical recombinations are very easy to disrupt with environmental factors, extremely easy. So Donnie's automobile example is quite adequate, as is the more conventional, tornado theory junkyard building a Boeing 747. Okay, so the other argument I want to address real quick is the mathematical extrapolation that he claimed is reasonable in evolution. It's not. So I'm going to play the role of the engineer here, and I'll let some imaginary person be the scientist. The scientist can go out there and they can use some creativity and a little bit of
Oh, you're roboting T-Rock.
And
is that just me?
Oh, you were roboting there, T.
Didn't quite catch that.
Did it just start?
Yeah, it just started. Just repeat the last sentence or two.
Yeah, when you started talking about being the scientist.
Okay.
Engineer.
Is it getting better now?
Yeah, it's good.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm going to play the role of the engineer, basically I'm going to wait on the scientist to go out and do his field work, come up with his conclusions and whatever, and he's going to bring me back his findings. And as the engineer, I'm going to take his principles and try and do something in the real world with them. If he brings me something that I can do nothing with, his hypothesis is worthless. It can do nothing. I have to have a hypothesis that I, as an engineer, can turn around and interpret
10 seconds.
into a real world. Now, the extrapolation fallacy here that Mark made is that in engineering, you have a very narrow window that you're allowed to extrapolate. And the reason is because when you get outside of that, all of a sudden bridges fail, automobiles, crush zones don't work, all kinds of catastrophes go wrong. And so, no, you cannot extrapolate across a billion-year timeline and come up with anything functional for engineering.
Okay, thank you very much, T-Rock. A little bit over, and so to be fair, for the evolution side, if you need to go a little bit over as well, of course, that's okay. And so I saw Grayson unmute. So why don't we go Grayson and then Praise? I know you said you had a minute response, but in order to keep with the flow,
Right,
creationist,
cool.
evolutionist, creationist, evolutionist, let's go Grayson, and then we will throw it back to Praise. So Grayson, floor is yours.
No, it's okay. Praise can go. I don't really have that many points I need to bring up.
Okay, Praise, you go then, and then we'll go from there. Praise, floor is yours.
Yeah, so I think Mark is just apologizing for his fellow mates in his evolutionary camp. Millions of atheists religiously tout Dawkins' evolutionary views. They've even made documentaries about him specifically. Also, Mark, you also dropped the ball on life being programmed because information has been proven to be specified, not random code like Shannon code. And also, evolutionary predictions are based on induction. There is absolutely no certainty. So, therefore, them writing off a creative intelligence is inconsistent and it is purely biased. Nonsense. But I'll hand it off to you now. Whoever wants to go next. I think Bubble wanted to jump in here too. He's in here now.
Well, I did want to respond to that at some point.
Okay, Praise, thank you very much. Let's go, because I definitely have some responses too, but since Praise, you're on the creation side, why don't we go either Amy or Mark? You two choose. Who would you like to respond? Who would like to respond out of you two?
I would like to respond.
Let Mark, because I just have a side throw afterwards. And so, Mark, all yours.
Yeah, okay. So the reproduction that T-Rock was talking about, completely bogus and stuff, he likes to say that word. It's not, organisms are not assembled, and that's the problem. So you're talking about like assembling them, and that's the problem. They're not assembled. That's the bad analogy. You completely failed to address it, and you say that it's extremely delicate in the way that sort of these functions take place. Well, that doesn't suggest design, because if someone was to design a process, it would be robust. So basically, you've just sunk yourself, T-Rock, by saying, hey, it's a very, very delicate process. It could be disrupted all kinds of ways. Yes, bad design. A good design would be a robust system, like we do with cars when we assemble them instead of them being born out of the genetics of another car. So that is where the false analogy lies. They're not born out of it. Like, you completely missed the point and thought that you got a tornado through a junkyard. Yes, if we had a tornado go through a junkyard and select only the parts that would make up a plane, if there was a selection process, it would make a plane. That's the whole point. It's not random like a tornado. There's a selection process. The real world, he's talking about engineering being comparable with paleontology for some reason. I don't know why. Engineering and paleontology are two different fields with completely different error margins. Yeah, I have no idea why something has to be useful in real life to be true. That's a complete fallacy. But we have done vaccinations and we have done things that help through the evolutionary theory, antibiotics and things like that. So again, you're sunk. What else did I have? There was something for praise, apologizing for fellow camp. No, this is just, they're science communicators. They do documentaries because Dawkins is a science communicator. He communicates his field. We don't hold him in any special regard for that anywhere. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator. like these people are just spokespeople for their scientific field. There's nothing special about them. And that's where you're sort of saying, hey, we reference him and stuff. Yes, because he knows about his field. I'm not going to him for moral values or anything, just for his field, and that's all. I don't know what you mean by specific specified code. It's not Shannon code. Yeah, and DNA and that kind of code, if you want to call it that, because if you say that DNA is a code, then anything that transfers information is code, including the pulses of a supernova. And that whole thing is that it's not algorithmic where computer code is. It is different than computer code. So, this whole idea, I don't know what specific specified means. Like, perhaps you can elaborate on what specific specified code means.
10 seconds.
I'm good. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Mark and T-Rock. We both got you at even time. So it was about 3 minutes each. Lots of good points, lots of good back and forth there. So Sam, you've been sitting patiently. Let's go. Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll go Sam, and then we'll go Amy, and then me, because I do have some responses based on a couple things Grayson said in his last response. And then we'll go, well, if Sam, Amy, me, so then I think it should probably be maybe Grayson, then Bubblegum. But that'll be dependent on if Grayson wants to go. Oh, James W., I saw you on mute, so you could go after Bubblegum. Okay, so let's.
What about Steve Brown? What about Steve Brown?
And C. Brown too. We're gonna get you in there, my man. We're gonna get you in there. So, okay, Sam, go ahead. 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, because the uniformity in nature has only been recorded for only 200 years, it is an extrapolation fallacy to extrapolate this back to a singularity 13.6 billion years ago. And because we've only observed these singularities locally, it is a composition fallacy. But let's just embrace this imaginary worldview where there is no God, where all false beliefs, including Christianity, were created by this delusion mechanism that we call evolution. So on evolution, they have to explain every false belief around the world. All of the Hindus who believe they're rational and they have epistemology and they believe they're right. All of the Christians walking around in the desert for 40 years, they have to explain that as a product of evolution. Every single false belief that's out there is a product of evolution, including the atheists and the agnostics. Yet they have enough nerve to come up here on this stage and talk to us as if they can know something. There's no truth beacon within their worldview. There's no mechanism. There is no revealed word of God guiding them in what is absolute and true. There's nothing there. So, I mean, but what is the justification for these people to come up here and talk as if they're right? Amy said something funny, another atheist cliche, that she believes something because of a book. But I wonder, I mean, is she just only arbitrarily dismissing the Bible because of her bias? But simultaneously embracing all of these other history books? Like, she does believe things. You guys do believe things out of a book, and you do believe in magic, and you do embrace your position religiously with fervor. That's why you're here today. I think that's about my time.
It's about 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Sam. And now we'll hand it over to Amy. 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so very much. Like Mark was saying, the reason that we look to people like Dawkins is not because he is trying to change the field, but because he is a science communicator. He actually is added to the field by things. He is the person who coined the term meme. If you have ever used that, it is analogous for a gene. It is a one meme is a single unit of culture. That is how he defines it, and that internet memes are a version of that. We were talking about how evolution makes false beliefs, and that is true because what it means is that we have a false positive. An example of this is that anthropomorphic version of us will give us rain. And we say if we pray to this God, it will give us rain. It is the creator of rain. And so if we just push that out further towards the creator of the universe is God, it gives us the universe, really the same exact thing. And yes, it's a false belief. Nature did give that to you. It is an anthropomorphic. It is a super human whatever you would like to call that. And a book said a thing is one of our favorite arguments in the atheist circles, though I do want to separate out atheism is not evolution. That's why I call it a proxy war, kind of our Vietnam, because the creationists have chosen evolution as a subject to fight about. And so we can't help, like, if the creationists were all joined together and they were like, the germ theory of disease is ungodly, you would have numerous atheists being like, oh my God, I guess we're going to have to defend the germ theory of disease now. And so it's not, I'll end with the Ricky Gervais quote. You could destroy all of your religious texts right now. Generally speaking, almost none of them would come back the same, but you can burn each and every scientific textbook, and slowly but surely we would collect every single fact.
Okay, Amy, thank you very much. Very good. Between 2 and 3 minutes, which is pretty much what we're all at here now. So very good. The more points I think they get on the table, the more we will take to address them. So very good, fast paced. And let me start my timer now. Okay, so 2 minutes. So with what Grayson said, he's just wrong. The prediction is we should find a creature with transitional features between a fish and a tetrapod. But where the prediction was in terms of the layer is actually above where true tetrapods exist. And Mark commented saying, well, it was off by about 10 million years. And here's another example of evolutionists that will never concede a point because it's all about the evolutionary story, the philosophy. Notice here from National Geographic. Their tracks eventually fossilized and their recent discovery yields a big surprise, just like with the endogenous retroviruses. Oh, we expect all these functions. Meanwhile, I've got at least an hour presentation going through the various papers in the secular literature that are saying, wow, these functions here are surprising and unexpected. But the evolution is on YouTube because it's all about posturing and evolutionary philosophy. It's, well, this was all expected. This wasn't a surprise. Or a big surprise that could rewrite what we know about the invasion of land. These animals were walking around 18 million years than expected. It's a failed prediction. Give up. The Tiktaalik's not looking too good for you. Okay, but what we actually find, as expected by the creation model, is what? Intermingling, coexistence, overlap. That's what we find in the hominin and hominid fossil record, as well as overlap between all of your so-called pre-human ancestors like Neanderthals, Hobbit, Naledi, Heidelbergensis, so on and so forth. Here, what we find is overlap between what? Homo erectus, Australopithecus, and Paranthropus. And that's what we find all throughout the fossil record. And that includes these so-called mosaics. Okay. When it comes to the predictions on the design modes of transportation, expectation by creationists, and then what we see in the biological world involved in the patterns, has to do with function and purpose of these design modes of transportation versus what we see in the biological world. Okay. Evolutionists, they predict genomes of junk, non-functionality, evolutionary leftovers, genetic mistakes, so on and so forth. Okay. And we could talk about that all day, but we as creationists, we predict function and purpose because that's what we see with design modes of transportation is function and purpose. And that's actually what we're seeing. Okay. These arguments here, I got about 10 seconds left here. These arguments against the genome-wide activity that we find between 60 to 80% at least, they don't work. And as I've got on the slide here, with all this amazing evidence for activity, why else would the cell be so active? If this activity was not useful or the transcription was simply spurious or in low levels, which is typically what the evolutionists said, then natural selection should have weeded it out millions of years ago, but apparently evolutionary mechanisms are too weak to do so because the evolutionists, they got to force fit all the data into their story. So I'll yield there.
Wow, that was a long 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Grayson? Don't give me, no, listen, dude, don't get grumpy on me because you know what? I gave Mark over 3 minutes. I gave T-Rock over 3 minutes. And you know what? I just took 2 minutes and 90 seconds. So I actually took less than what other people were taking. Okay.
In a format where we agreed
Grayson,
the limit was 2 minutes.
It's okay,
yeah, but
Grayson. Relax, dude. It's all right.
Grayson, relax just because you got demolished. Go ahead, Grayson. You can go.
he was right, though. I mean, technically, he was correct on that.
It was my turn.
No, Bubble.
Well, you know what? Why don't
me
you guys all turn on your phones and use your timers? Because Most people on this panel have been going over 2 minutes. Okay, so
it's
Mark,
okay. It's
protect your
fine,
little
Donnie.
mouth.
I just
Turn on your phone
It's
and time
fine.
yourself. Okay,
It's fine.
ahead,
Relax.
whoever's
Don't take criticism so badly.
I ordered a
seriously.
pizza 30 minutes ago. Okay.
Yes, it's half price.
Okay, well, Donnie, I'm
so
sorry
whoever
I
went,
triggered
I
you.
went, and so we promised that James W would go, and then we'll go bubblegum. So James
You
W,
need a
go ahead.
Snickers.
Well, no, Donnie, you said I was next, and then bubblegum, and then James. That's the order you said.
Okay, Grayson, go ahead.
Okay.
That's fine.
So sorry I
Grayson did
triggered
extra
you.
terms.
But yes, the fact that Tiktaalik was not the first to make the transition onto land in no way invalidates the validity of its prediction. It was predicted that a creature with these qualities would be found in this layer. That's what was found. The prediction is not that it has to be the first. That is erroneous. And then I think that Amy brought up the germ theory of disease. I think that's actually the perfect thing to bring up, because according to T-Rock's definition of what a biblical definition for a religion is, the germ theory of disease would count as a religion because it shapes the way that we think about disease. So this is why his definition is nonsense. It doesn't describe what a religion is. And then Sam says we can't know anything if we're atheists, but we can definitely know things through empiricism and rationalism. Like, he just changes, like, he uses his own definition for what objective is. When we're talking about like objective knowledge, we're talking about like a probabilistic like way. If I construct a confidence interval of 99%, that is a quantitative determination of like knowledge claims that is valid. Like, these things are valid. We can make objective truth claims, just not the way that Sam wants to make them.
Okay, Grayson, appreciate the response. We'll hand it over to Bubblegum Gun. You've been dying to get into this conversation, so go ahead. Floor is yours.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, window here, because I'm gonna have to draw this out.
Richard.
You mind if I take 4 minutes? It might take a while to draw this out. First, I need you to comprehend.
Wait. You've got
ours.
Yeah, we do mind if it takes.
We've basically been going 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
You go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay. First, I need you to understand a simple. First, I need you to understand a simple concept. Let's say these are dice, right? These squares, and so let's say we have to roll them, I don't know, 100 times. Probability of that is all of them landing. Like, let's say you got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and basically they have the same pattern. So the probability of that coming through just so random, that's not probable. That's impossible. You would require a mind for that to happen. Do we understand that simple concept?
No. Are you basically saying a rare event has to come about by a mind?
No, this event is so rare it can only come about through mind.
Yeah, that's obviously isn't true.
No.
That is true. You
No,
cannot.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I mean, look, you're proposing
Only you
like.
think so.
Look, you
Okay,
feel free
so
to propose something that is.
Look,
wait, first of
Bubbles,
all,
could you
It's
take
Bubbles'
your
time,
my
guys.
time.
Let
yeah?
It's
Could
my
you
time.
take
It's
your
my
time?
time.
Yeah,
It's
but
my time.
we want him to talk
Mark,
without
it's my
asking
time,
us
Mark.
questions.
Bubbles time, Mark.
It is
Okay,
my time.
Go on
Mark.
mute, dude.
I'm going to jump in. Bubblegum, when you have an allotted time, you don't ask a question within that allotted time and then go silent.
Okay.
So either you use the time, or we did just do an hour of uninterrupted responses. We can turn it back into a free-for-all if you guys want. It's up to you.
All right, let me finish.
No,
this.
we're doing time responses.
Yeah, I like the time. Okay.
Well, then take your
So
time.
atheists feel like they feel free to propose something that is unlikely and simply claim it's true because it hasn't been falsified. No, that's just ridiculous nonsense. Okay, now let's use evolution. Let's say you have your whatever creature that is. It doesn't really matter. And you have some over here. And then this one right here happens to have a mutation that's very unique to it, a gene to it. So it's got a specific protein. Statistically, that protein cannot show up over here again because it's defined statistical odds. This can only be solved by a mind. Do we find that in nature? Turns out, yes. Yeah, thanks to Grayson, it's called the Fox2 gene. Yes, Grayson, I've been listening. It's not the first time I come up with this argument. I've been trying to tell you this argument for a long time, Donnie. I don't think you listened to it. But basically, yes, we do see this. And this right here is an indicative of a mind. Do you understand?
No.
Okay, we're back to the dice. There's 100. There's 100. They have the same pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It just repeats for ease. Those patterns cannot show up again independently of one another. That problem, that statistical problem, can only be solved by a mind. Understand?
No.
Could you stop
Are
asking
you just
people
saying
questions,
you don't understand, or
Bubbles?
are you this stupid?
Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's
How does
no
it not make
connection
sense?
between a mind and what you're saying. There's no reason.
Do you even understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and also you mean Fox P2.
Okay. So, yes, Fox P2. There, I'll put it for you.
Thank you.
Do you even understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And you're
Okay,
erroneous if you think that
Could we
our
stop
Fox
the back
P2
and
is the
forth
same
if we're
as a
having
bird's Fox
timed
P2.
responses? Like, just stop. Just present what you've got to present, Bubbles, and then we'll go to the next
The
person.
problem is there's a huge astronomical number that shows up separately. So if evolution was true, this mutation should have been over here, so they both can inherit it. But they can't both inherit it because this mutation happened over here. And it shows up again over here separately on a different line, which defies all statistical probability.
No, it doesn't.
And this can only, yes, it does. It can only arrive from a mind.
Grayson,
it can only
don't
be
interrupt.
answered from a mind.
Okay, well, there's Bubblegum's time. So who would like to, let me just see here what we had.
Well, yes.
Who
Why
wants
are
to
you
go
asking
next?
questions?
I think it was James at some point. James wanted to go.
Yeah,
James.
James is after.
I was just
James,
asking you guys for keeping up. I didn't want to lose you, but apparently I did.
Just make your points and then respond to it later.
Is James
Okay,
there?
James
James, you
W.
there?
You're on. You're the superstar now. Go ahead.
I just want to talk a little bit about extrapolation, and our justification for why we know what we know and why we think what we think is that it works. One. Number two, it's all we have. It's the best we can do, but we know it's not perfect. And we know our knowledge is incomplete. And we don't perfectly understand everything. That's why we keep looking for answers, incorporating new data. We don't begin with some conclusion and fight against it and try to force reality to bend to it. We try to force our worldview to bend to reality. It's a completely different approach to, knowledge and how we know anything. And that we don't have absolute knowledge doesn't mean we don't know anything. We know our knowledge of physics is not complete. We have great equations that work on the macro level and another set that work really well on the micro level, but they don't work nice together. We know there's something that we're missing. There's a deeper level of understanding that we just don't have yet, but that doesn't mean we don't know anything. And a little bit about overlap species. Species diversify. They always branch off into new groups and further diversify. The rest of them die off. If a group can't adapt to its environment, it'll die off. That's the story of life that we see all throughout the genetic code. And species, well, when they say genetic entropy, species actually do have a shelf life. Eventually, they will accumulate mutations, so they can't be that species anymore. So they become something else, and we see that in the fossil record. The new species come up, the old species die. We have isolated groups that have different selective pressures that causes them to diversify, and over a really, really long time, create a new species. They speciate. That's all.
Okay, very good, James W. Appreciate those points. I think we're probably back to C. Brown now. C. Brown, you've been waiting patiently. So let's give you the floor. You got about two to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we probably got more creationists in here than evolutionists. But anyway, I want to go back to selective pressures and environmental pressures. Again, that seemed to be a magic bullet for evolutionists to evolve these creatures. It's not a magic bullet. Selective pressures can only select, it can select what's there. You don't get new features. You don't get new genes, you don't get new regulatory systems because of environmental pressures. When I asked for some, he told instead of talking about the brain, that would be something that would be phenomenal if he can explain. He talked about sweat glands and walking upright. Who cares? Who cares if a gorilla can walk upright sometimes? That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the selective pressures that evolved a stupid chimp into a spaceship building human. That's what I'm looking for. Okay? So next time you give me a selective pressure or environmental pressures education, make sure it's one that actually works. Okay, the next thing he talked about I hate the argument for incredulity argument. You know, it's like you tell us something fantastic, and because we don't see how it works, then we're operating from incredulity. When we're really operating from the fact is that at this stage in biology, we understand what's possible and what's not possible. We understand that sequences just don't pop out of the blue. You know, that's why you got that gene de novo synthesis. That's ad hoc. Okay, we see way more genes than we thought we had, and we see genes that basically regulate other genes. We see overlapping sequences. Okay, then we want to go back to again. Nobody really talked about that. Mutations, according to evolution, build genomes and viruses regulate them. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Most of the time we see mutations either neutral, okay, or they have little effect, or maybe they have effect that we don't know about, but or they're detrimental. But we don't see mutations building genomes. We don't see mutations adding that much genetic information. When we do see mutations, we see deformities if it's on a big scale. So the last thing he said something about he uses I forgot what he said, so I'm gonna leave it there. Okay.
Okay, well, it totally
Donnie, you
was an
there?
incredulity fallacy, by the way.
Well,
You literally said just
Grayson,
because I'm
Grayson,
only objecting
Grayson,
because I'm incredulous.
Grayson, come on, man. We've got to do this in order and give everybody a chance to speak. Like, this is the whole thing.
I don't know
about
why
timed
you're
responses.
policing me, Mark. I mean, I wasn't interrupting anybody, and there was no order.
All right,
Donnie
who was next? Who was next? Who
Well, I'd
was
like-
next?
You're moderating, so you choose.
So Grayson,
who's
are
next.
you taking your time right now?
I would like
Is that
to.
what's happening?
I would like to go
So
as
you
well.
want your 2 minutes?
I would like to, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be the timekeeper for until SMT gets back. So go ahead, Big Grayson.
Yeah, so
Sounds good.
like literally the only thing I was hearing was that you're incredulous about how this stuff could happen. And that's why it's an incredulity fallacy, because you're not bringing up any reasons besides your own incredulity. You can be incredulous, but you have to provide reasons that are beyond just your own feeling of incredulity. So just as an example for what you said about like how you don't understand how regulatory genes could evolve, here's a study 2014, a synthetic gene network for tuning protein degradation in Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Okay. And in this study, they introduce a new enzyme into E. coli, right? That it doesn't normally have. And then they watched over time as it evolved regulatory genes that regulated the expression of that new enzyme. So we have seen regulatory mechanisms evolve in experiments. And we've also seen irreducibly complex systems evolve in nature with like HIV tethering systems. That is a system that requires 4 changes to all occur for you to have the new novel function. And we observed it happening. So we have observed these things. Just because you're ignorant of these studies and you're incredulous about how they could be true doesn't mean that you're making a logical argument against them. So Mark, you can go.
Well, I think it'd be a creationist.
Wait,
next.
hold on. We need someone to go. I mean, I'll be happy to go next unless another. What about you, T-Rock? You want to go?
Well, I usually I'll be the last to finish. I have a minute to go usually because that's how the order was going. Like I'll be the last one to finish. We'll do the order. We'll just redo the order over again. So I'm going to try to make this short.
Hold on, praise.
Sure.
Praise. Just a question. can't you arrange our little pictures in like a sequential order so it's simple?
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea. So who's first in the order? Aren't you Sam first? I think we'll put you there.
No.
Yeah,
I
no,
just went, so
I
you
don't
can
care.
arrange it like that.
I think it
Like,
was.
who's gonna go
Yeah,
after
that's
me?
true. Yeah.
Isn't Jesus first? Okay, I'm just.
He is. He's the
But-
primary. So
Oh,
Well,
well,
I
praise
know,
if you're
I know
going.
T-Rock was coming up next. C
Well-
Brown just went.
Well, praise wanted to go
in the
now.
Christian order, right? In the Christian order. So praise, you could put yourself first, or something like that. No, I don't know. Yeah,
so Grayson would be.
I know.
Last, basically.
Yeah, Grayson would be before you.
Yeah, put Grace in because Grace get an extra turn.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so first
can.
to last.
I'd be happy to go after you,
They
Praise,
saved
if
the
that's
best
okay.
for last, Grayson.
Who's
That's
second
it.
now? Who's the next evolutionist on?
I think
Mark.
Mark's actually
Yep.
going next, as much as
Okay.
I don't want to.
And then it's you, Sam, right?
Yeah, it's not really up to you, Sam, but cheers.
And Donnie's gone.
Where is T-Rock? Okay, so is James or
No,
Amy
T-Rock
next?
was next. You can swap me out with T-Rock. He was
Oh,
next,
okay.
I think. And then I would be swapped out with C Brown, and then someone would be in between us.
Amy, probably. Amy likes getting
Bubble
between
Bunny.
two people.
I was gonna say I'm fighting hard so
I
badly
beat
to
you
not
there.
make jokes.
So
Can
after
you switch
Amy,
me and C Brown?
let's see here. There we go.
Yeah.
Then maybe put James.
And then maybe James yeah, perfect. Is that right? Well, I guess it's close enough, huh?
I guess we got
Then
one
I said
extra
G.
creationist. That's fine.
It worked.
That's fine.
Grayson can
Yeah.
go.
Now, how I get last again? Man.
No, you're not last.
Just
Bubbles
put Donnie last
last.
because he's not even here.
I just want you to know, in the comedy circuit, that's called the headliner.
That's true. That's true.
Well, we can't headline with bubblegum.
So I'll try to be quick because I mean there are more creationists and evolutionists, so I'll try to make this quick. But
Sure.
I'll start my time right now. So to answer Mark, specified information is always pattern information, but pattern information is not always specified information. For example, if a royal flush was dealt, it becomes only pattern information, but specific in contrast to any other hand. We see royal flush-esque information in the genome. Another distinction is the genetic code is prescriptive. Hence, we can conclude that it is programmed because there's a prescriber. I don't find Mark's excuses persuasive because even evolutionists have deemed Dawkins as a tribal leader of Darwinian evolution. The thing is, not all evolutionists are religious and tribal, but we know some can. So therefore, evolution has proven to be a religion for some, at least. But I'll just end it there. So go ahead, Mark, when you're ready.
Okay, cool. All right. So Sam relies on the uniformity of nature. He doesn't want to admit it, but he does. So when he pours a glass of water, he relies on uniformity of nature, gravity to do its work. When he crosses the road, he looks both ways, uses his hearing. Like, he does rely on the uniformity of nature. He just wants to say in this special case, we shouldn't rely on the uniformity of nature. Everybody does. But that's sort of what justifies it. So that's an answer to your question. You kind of do, Sam. You do. He said that we believe in magic and stuff. We don't believe in magic. No, there's nothing like that. That's not us. With Tiktaalik, like the layer that they expected to find Tiktaalik, Donnie, was in between fish and reptiles. That's where they said they would find it. And that new fossil of the footprints is still within that layer. It's still in between fish and reptiles, the segments that they actually predicted. So in no way is that a failed prediction. It just means that Tiktaalik wasn't the first one to walk on land, which is more problems for you because you do have another instance. We never said that, hey, only one fish-like creature actually walked on land. We never said there was one, and Grayson sort of covered that, so that's fine. Bubbles. What can I say about bubbles? Like, so p-values here, if you're unaware, bubbles, like a perfect hand of bridge has been dealt, even though there is nowhere near enough hands of bridge to be dealt, that would accommodate for that unlikely possibility. Unlikely possibilities do exist, and there's no sentience going, I'm going to make sure a perfect hand of bridge has been dealt. It's just a random coincidence, which isn't natural selection, which isn't just random coincidence. Mutations are, selection isn't. And that leads me to C. Brown with selective pressure saying it's a magic bullet. No, there's no magic bullet about it, and we can replicate that with artificial selection. We can select what we want, hence the banana. There's nothing magical about that. It's just what happens. He's saying, who cares about these features? The organisms that survived care about these features. The organisms that actually use them to survive. And so his argument from incredulity is basically saying this can't happen, and I agree with Grayson. It is an argument from incredulity. The thing about specified information, no, it just because it's prescriptive doesn't mean it's been prescribed by somebody. It just means that it carries values that can be passed on to other things. Dawkins is not a tribal leader in the slightest. He's just a scientist.
All right. Thank you, Mark. So we'll have the hand up to T-Rock whenever you're ready.
Okay, Tiktaalik, that's a fun one always, ain't it? So Donnie talked earlier about non-discriminating evidence between evolution and creation. Tiktaalik is non-discriminating evidence. Predictions are definitely useful. However, for your prediction to actually discriminate between the two worldviews, it has to incorporate principles that are unique to its view. In other words, it has to have a what's the word I'm looking for? A mutually exclusive principle involved that cannot apply to the opposing view. So how is Tiktaalik non-discriminating? Well, it's because in the creationist view, two major points stand out. One is that most of the fossil disassemblage that you see is indicative of somewhat of ecological zonation. And so if you find amphibious creatures in an area, you should find aquatic creatures fairly close by, and you should find more dedicated land-based creatures close by as well. So there's a transition across there. So in the creationist view, it makes sense that there is a semi-aquatic animal in that particular environment. And then furthermore, in the creationist view, kind of a fine point that's not talked about a whole lot, but there is this huge, highly efficient recycling dynamic to the biosphere, highly efficient. And in order to achieve that, you have to have living organisms that can cover every conceivable inch, translating from one zonation to another. So to get from a desert to, like an Arctic climate, for example, you have to have creatures that can bridge the gaps all the way to that point. So Tiktaalik doesn't do anything to prove deep time or random unguided processes, either one, which are the mutually exclusive tenets of evolution.
Very good. Thank you so much, T-Rock. We're going to hand off to Amy whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Thank you so very much. And I want to talk about how selective pressures do work and how we can see this if you were to take a creature that was like a cow that had a even amount of toes and they started going near more water. If their environment changed from grassy to aquatic, that over several generations, evolution can predict that if a mutation were to arise, such as something like web feet, we see this in other species, that it would be selected for, and that over generations, natural selection would select for it. And we can see this with semi-aquatic creatures like hippopotamus, and we see this all the way to whales, who are related to ugolots. This is their species that they originally came from or have a common ancestry from, and they have vestigial legs. And so we're not picking the mutation. It does come out of the blue. We were talking about sweat and how we do have sweat glands, but pigs, They just roll around in mud. They're actually clean animals. That's just their one mechanism of actually cooling down. And my last point is that I wouldn't say that evolution is tribal, because to me, evolution is like gravity. You could say you can make anything tribal, but where I find actual tribalism is in the category of religion. Sure, I'm sure there are atheists that are tribal, but at least from my perspective, and I imagine many of my skeptic friends, we all view the entire human species is just apes. And so it's just one version, ape over here, argue with the ape over there. And so from our perspective, it's actually much easier to break down those tribal barriers, because ours do not come from fiat revelation. They come from peer review.
Very good. You have some time to spare there, but we'll hand out to the next person. We'll give it to James W. Or who?
Actually, I was next. The order got shifted when someone left.
Okay. So I think Grayson would be after you. I'm not sure there. Was it James? Yeah.
I think James was after me.
Yeah, I was after C. Brown.
Yeah. All right. I don't think I'm going to take 2 minutes, but mind the time if you don't mind. Yeah. So Mark, you totally misrepresented what's going on here. See, I'm challenging your worldview. I love the uniformity in nature. I can account for it because I have a God that is singularly in control, with everything dictating what can and cannot happen. You don't. So on your terms, on your worldview, you have no rational justification to appeal to the uniformity of nature, and therefore science on your terms in this world where you imagine there is no God, it's unintelligible. You have no justification for it. That's the argument. And the same thing, Grayson, when you talk about objective truth, yes, it does exist. I'm not saying that you can't know it. I'm saying that you can know it because your worldview is false. You just can't account for it. Intelligibility and predication, it can't be obtained from your web of beliefs, much like science. That's the argument, Mark. I'd like for you to deal with that. James, I literally laugh at you when you say that, the theists start with the book and you don't, and we guide our principle from there. Darwin literally made he said you would find proof in the geological column. So Darwin came up with this story, this fantasy story, and said, just take it, believe it, and you'll find evidence for it later. So I'm laughing at you, James. You guys are funny. And then Grayson, the last thing, praise, is my screen shared?
Let's see here. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay, cool. So Grayson, you keep talking about predictions, but every falsified model of the past has made predictions. The steady state model made predictions. Flat Earth makes predictions. But you know what? The Bible also makes predictions. These are just some of the predictions of Jesus Christ. Here's all of my references. You can fact check any one of these. So I'm wondering now, are you going to be consistent, Grayson, and concede that your worldview is false? Because my worldview actually meets that gold standard? Or will you guys, again, you atheists, you're so cute, will you just arbitrarily dismiss all of this and just pretend you didn't say all those things you said about predictions? So that's where we're at, you guys. Evolution is silly. Atheism is silly. Please deal with my actual arguments. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam. Let's see who here's next. We got James. You're up next, James, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you. Uniformity of nature. Yeah. What I notice Christians do is they tend to just look at the natural world. They look at the work science does, and they just piggyback God onto the back of that. So whatever science does the work, figures everything out. They have no idea how the mechanics of it work, whatever. They don't care. They just say, oh, well, that's just the way God did it, or God did it that way, which is not falsifiable. It's we can't falsify that, but it's certainly not helpful. It doesn't give us any new information. It doesn't help us understand anything more about the natural world. Science does all that work for them. and then they just give God the glory, as they're religiously bound to do. Darwin made predictions. Darwin told people to look in the fossil record, and you know what? His predictions panned out. If they didn't pan out, people wouldn't have accepted his theory. That's the basis of science, is making testable predictions. Darwin did it in his book. His research made sense, and his predictions panned out. So that's one of the reasons it was accepted, and remains accepted today, and will always be accepted, because it's just a fact of nature. And you know, creationists' inability to, or just their obstinate refusal to understand it, is in no way a barrier to the theory being true. It's still going to be true. It's still going to be taught. Yeah. Predictions of Jesus. Well, I mean, apparently most of the people he supposedly came to see didn't get the memo on that, because most of the Jews didn't think that he actually fulfilled those predictions, because there were lots of different ideas and concepts about what a Messiah would be. And yeah, one of them was, there were some people looking for somebody like a Jesus character, but there were lots of people looking for a different character, and they didn't see it in Jesus. And that's the group of people that were supposed to be looking for him, but they missed him. But don't worry about all those predictions he didn't fulfill. He will fulfill those whenever he comes back, tomorrow or a million years from now, whenever. He'll fulfill them eventually.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yep.
I do believe so. You're the one. All yours.
Yep.
Okay, so I kind of want to get back to what I was saying, because it seemed like, Mark was the main one and Amy who addressed the things that I said, but they really didn't address it. Mark, I asked you about selective pressures that can evolve a stupid chip into a spaceship building human. I want to know what those exact pressures are that can actually do that. And those exact pressures need to be able to evolve rose hip neurons and also the Broca's regions of the brain. It needs to be able to evolve that to a point to where we're much smarter. The epigenetic regulations gotta increase, and we gotta regulate more in some areas than the other. Okay, so we need all that done, but we need to know how selective pressures could do that. I don't care about selective pressures having us sweat and they can't sweat, or having them be able to stand up. I don't care about that. That's not important to me. The other thing is, again, we talk about the argument of incredulity. Okay, you guys want to frame it as just because we don't know how this can happen through evolution. It's not that we don't know how we don't know how it can happen. We know that it can't happen. We know that it can't happen. We know that mutations do not build genomes from unicellular creatures. We know you don't go from unicellular creatures to let's jump all the way up to Tiktaalik, okay? Because we got to get there some kind of way, and then from Tiktaalik to chimps, humans, gorillas. You got to have all these successful mutations in a row that's going to evolve these branches, okay? So, there's a lot of gaps in between. You guys assume that it already happened. Then you talk about the process. You explain how the process is, but you're not explaining how blind mutations and natural selection can do this. You're not explaining that. You're just saying that it happened. So if I can get some really good information on how we get a human from a dumb chimp, I would appreciate it, mainly.
Okay, my turn. So, see, Brown, I directly addressed the last thing that you said. You said that I didn't. I gave you a study that literally showed them observing regulatory genes evolving in their experiment. So I gave you information about evolution and how mutation and selection can create new information, new functions, regulatory functions, epigenetic functions. I've been given everything that you've been asking for. So now you're going to ask, like, for all of human evolution from a single cell. I mean, like, what are you talking about? Mutation, selection, this explains human evolution. You want to ask about what selection pressures could possibly create consciousness. How about we just start with resource scarcity? right? If there's a limited number of resources, who do you think between two individuals is going to be more competitive? Someone that has consciousness or someone that doesn't? Obviously, a more conscious individual is going to outperform a less conscious individual in gathering limited resources. I think that should be obvious for everyone. So those are the selection pressures that would create an impetus to develop more consciousness. Okay, just literally resource scarcity. This is not rocket science. And then with Tiktaalik, I know T-Rock is gone, but he said that it was some sort of ecological zone thing, like zonation, which is just absurd because, okay, he wants to say, okay, Tiktaalik is like semi-aquatic, so we should expect other kind of amphibious and like animals to be found around it. Yes, so where are all the otters? Where are the crocodiles? Where are the salamanders? Where are the frogs? Where are the turtles? Where are any of the things that creationists would expect to be in such a habitat, but evolution would not, because none of those creatures had evolved yet? Oh, that's right. None of those are found in the same layer as Tiktaalik. The point is that Tiktaalik was in the exact layer that was predicted by evolutionary scientists. They knew where to look because they had a ballpark based on evolutionary theory. They said it should be between this layer and between that layer. And then what do you know? They found exactly what they were looking for
10
in
seconds.
the layer that they predicted.
I also got shuffled a bit. I think I was before Amy.
All right. Thank you so
time.
much, Grayson. Jungle, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I could try. The weather's pretty bad here, but I can try and see if I don't drop out or something.
Go ahead.
But
sorry, Jungle, just before you do, I think I got mixed round. I think I was before Amy's next one. I think Praise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the order is all swapped around. Redefine Living and James, and yeah, the order.
Yeah, I think it was probably then me, then Praise, because Redefine Living just went like
Redefine is
two
And
creationists ago.
I consider all of the skeptics part of the Power Rangers, and so I don't doesn't matter.
Okay.
So let's see here. We're gonna put Jungle here then first, and then we'll have you, Mark. Right?
So any order sounds good.
Then Praise.
Creationist squares.
Yeah.
Then Amy.
Okay.
Then Sam. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Then C Brown. Or no, then James, then C Brown, then me. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I just like to say that I find evolution very, very hard to believe because I can see, adaptation. I can see variation. I can see responding to the environment or genetic drift. But to me, that's not evolution, because evolution requires information that's not there to be something other than what the organism was ordered to be. And it really seems so simple that, sure, if you assume evolution, then you see evolution everywhere. But if you're a little bit more skeptical, there's just not enough mutations happening to get like all the unique programming for all the different living organisms that there are, because you got things in the fossil record where they're living today, and then supposedly everything else changed into different things, and into what we see today. But I don't see that happening. I don't see enough change happening to the genome to get information that's not there, besides the point that we're losing everything. We're losing species, we're losing genetic information, our genome's degrading, we're losing function in our genome. It's just, I see it all going the opposite way, because Neanderthals had a larger genome than we do. They had better eyesight, better teeth, better muscles, bigger brains, and we're just the skeleton of what humans used to be. That's what I see.
All right, Juggle, thank you so much. Let's see who's up next. We got where did Jungle? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Mark Reid. Go ahead, Mark.
Pick me. So T-Rock, Tectonic, non-discriminative evidence. Yeah, this is discriminating evidence. So basically, as sort of Grayson, when there's none of the other animals you'd expect in the same region. It also is the question of why Tectonic went extinct. Why did God make these things that did go extinct? I mean, Tectonic had lungs that could breathe underwater. Why did it suddenly just go extinct? Why create it just to die out? Like, what's the point? It's unseen to be any point, and that's for millions of species, not just Tectonic. So the creationist example doesn't account for that particular species. Now, Sam I have to account for uniformity. No, I don't. As long as we can agree on the uniformity of nature, where do I get it from? I get it from empiricism and rationalism, or rationality and logic. So, if you want to claim it comes from God, that's fine, but you've got to demonstrate it does in fact come from God, just not make that empty, hollow, baseless assertion and then expect me to disprove you. That is not how the burden of proof works. You want it come from God, you go ahead and prove it. So the predictions that he's got, the Messiah will be born of a woman. Really? That's a prediction. All right. Well, I mean, that's specific, isn't it? Born in Bethlehem. And then they come up with the story that he has to go back to his place of birth for a census, which is not how census works. So, I'm born of the line of David, which they get to by Joseph, the father. But Joseph didn't sire Jesus, that was God. So they have to invent this story that they're God and Joseph are both the fathers. So some of those predictions in there are quite baffling that you'd put them on the screen, considering how poor they are. I mean, born of a woman, that's a prediction? Anyway, so natural selection to humans, Homo erectus, and I'm glad you brought up Neanderthals, Jungle Jargon, I'll explain that too. Homo erectus started to use tools, and as they progressed, the more complex the tools and the more intelligence, the better they did against their contemporaries, and the better they did against animals and predators and things like that. It's not a secret of how we got to being a tool-using creature. Opposable thumbs were a massive benefit for using tools.
10 seconds.
Tools enable us to survive. And Neanderthals, the reason why we might have prevailed over them, as they were smarter and stronger and had a bigger genome, the Cro-Magnon man, their contemporary, may have just been more aggressive. And that's all. It's a feature that was beneficial.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. So I got my little part here, and then it'll be short. So, Mark, there's actual papers that show information is algorithmically prescriptive, meaning the information is pre-programmed, which negates Darwinian processes. And so you can see the paper yourself. Check it out. Here's the name. Dichotomy in the definition of prescriptive information suggests both prescribed data and prescribed algorithms, biosemiotics applications, and genomic systems. And I'm just going to end there. Let's see who's next. Amy, you are next.
Thank you so very much, Praise. So we were talking about selective pressures, how mutation could not have possibly selected for neurons to evolve. I think that all of the evidence shows the opposite. We understand why an early consciousness would evolve, just like we understand why an early eye would evolve, because a little bit of an eye, a little bit of a light source is better than having no light source at all. And you could say, well, what's the use of such a simple conscious creature? And we could just say, well, slugs and other not introspective, but definitely conscious beings that walk around every day are doing just fine and passing on their genomes and doing their thing. Assuming evolution, we assume evolution for the same reason that we assume other scientific theories, gravity, germs. You choose your framework of facts. It is an assumption for the same reason that we believe in everything else in science, because we think, in fact, that is one of the main things. I think our epistemology, the skeptics, the people who believe in science, I think we accept sources from other people. We go to nature, we go to journals. We don't listen to either revelation or self-witness testimony. And we can understand that things can change because it's not on our time scale. I will finish on saying that, yes, we are killing species. That is unfortunate. a good amount of the biome is going to be naturally selected out, and we will have to artificially select what we can save so that our children and future generations actually have they can go to zoos or eat meat or anything else so that other animals don't disappear from this biome for good.
All right. I guess it's my turn now.
Sir.
So, Mark, you are asleep at the wheel, bud. We don't agree on the uniformity in nature. I thought I made that clear. Pay attention. Unless you agree that it's God that imposes the uniformity and sustains it, then you haven't given an account for it. And I want you to give an account for it on your terms. And I don't want you to do that by throwing out atheist cliches like, by empiricism and rationalism, because those things beg the question, don't they? Unless you can account for that uniformity in nature, your worldview, your scientific worldview is bankrupt, bud. You need to do better. You haven't dealt with the argument. James, too. And you hand wave away those 40 predictions that I gave you. That's cute, but your atheist scholarly peers, they wouldn't do something that's that silly. James, we start with God. Okay, we don't use God to fill in the gaps of our knowledge. We start with God, and that's how we have a consistent epistemology. Now, I've made an argument that you hand waved away too, James. And that argument was, how do you come to true knowledge from a worldview that has generated every single false belief out there? You just hand wave it away. And you guys aren't dealing with the argument. So far, Mark, you brought up logic, right? Logic can be proved by the impossibility of its denial. And in that same way, Mark, I've asked you and James, I'm proving God by the impossibility of the denial. Now, you guys want to deny God, but the instantiation of your atheistic utterances, if it were be true, then surely you can account for the preconditions of science, and surely you can account for the preconditions of an epistemological framework. I have one question for Mark and James or Grayson. I want to know what it is that is metaphysically primary. That's my question. Okay. What is it in the set of all things, Mark? What is that one thing that is metaphysically first? Because if you can't answer that question, then you don't have anything that's metaphysically second or derivative. So that's the question. And that's all. Deal with the arguments, you guys. This is silly. Don't hand wave it away.
Though.
Actually engage with it. Quit running from the argument. Pay attention. Maybe take your earmuffs off so you can hear me. Okay. But you're not actually engaging with the argument. You're just begging the question.
All right, we'll end it there. Thank you so much, Sam. And we'll hand it off to James. James now for his 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like an argument from ignorance, the fact that there are things we don't know, and then you're inviting a God of the gaps fallacy that, God fills these gaps, that these current holes in our understanding of reality, things that we don't yet have a good understanding of. But yet every answer we've ever found that has been correct or that we would call correct has came through naturalistic means. We've never discovered anything any other way. We've never found an answer that required anything else to work. The cell is amazing. It's it is amazing, but it operates through purely naturalistic means. There's no magic going on inside. There's nothing happening in there that is metaphysical or anything like that. It's pure physics and chemistry acting on matter. It's the same thing that happens anywhere else. It's the only thing that ever happens because we've never seen anything else happen anywhere ever. It's all we ever see. Matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. That's it. We do make predictions, and that's how we test our knowledge. We don't have perfect knowledge, but as we integrate more and more data, we get closer and closer to the truth. But we understand that we never actually get to a point where we will say that we have absolute truth or absolute knowledge. If people don't like that, I mean, okay, I get it, but it's the best that we can do. At least we're being honest about that. Whereas religion just starts off wrong and just stays wrong. It doesn't improve itself at all. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, James. Let's see here. We got C. Brown. You're up.
Okay, so I want to address some quick things he just said right now, and then I'm gonna go back to some other stuff. He said basically everything that we don't know that we found out is done naturally. What about a lot the things that you just absolutely have not figured out? You have not figured out about consciousness. You have not figured out why the cell is so complex. You have not figured out why the cell can do clotting factors, epigenetic regulations. Why would evolution be concerned with regulation anyway if it's not intelligent? Why would a cell regulate itself? For what reason? What purpose? If it's just done naturally? If there's no cause behind that? What would be the criteria for that? Okay. The other thing is, Amy talked about eye evolution. She made it sound so simple. Oh, let's just, evolve eyes, eyes that connect with the brain that has neurons and everything. Let's just build that real easy. Okay. But here's the problem. They thought that the PAX6 gene was responsible for eye development. Then they found the gene in other creatures that didn't have eyes. Then they came up with the story that the eye re-evolved over 40 times. So they're completely wrong about it. They don't talk about that. Okay. The other thing is, you, you say you don't have perfect knowledge. Of course, you don't have perfect knowledge because of the fact is you're looking to natural processes. You're looking at complexity. You're looking at editing enzymes. Okay. You're looking at DNA correcting mechanisms. You're looking at this whole process where you have transcript to translation. Okay. And you're looking at proteins that, uh,
10
um,
seconds.
uh, you're looking at proteins that all work together for the homeostasis of an organism. And you're looking at that to be natural.
Okay, so you've completely missed the point of what James W. was trying to bring up. But again, I've already showed you papers that showed how these things can evolve naturally, like regulation, like most of what you just listed off, except for consciousness, which was James's entire point. Was that you can't just look at the gaps in our present understanding and put God there. Okay. Like, yes, we have imperfect knowledge. Yes, we have gaps in our understanding and we don't know everything, but that doesn't mean you can just say, well, there's God, it has to be responsible for those things. His point was saying in every single instance, when we have explained something that we didn't used to know, that explanation has always been a naturalistic process. That was the point he was trying to bring up, which you completely went over your head, evidently. And then with some of the things Sam was talking about, yes, obviously empiricism and rationalism can fully explain how we can come to knowledge. Only a ridiculous person would argue otherwise. Like to give an analogy for what Sam is trying to cast doubts on, right? Like if we did a coin toss 600 trillion times and every single time that coin came up heads, any normal rational person would think that, hey, that coin is probably rigged. Okay. That's probably not a fair coin toss. And then Sam would say, well, now hold on, because you've only done 600 trillion coin flips. You don't know. That could just be like a fair coin. And it just could be a very low probability that this is always the same every time we check it. That's what he's trying to cast doubt on. He's saying, like, yeah, okay, so in every single example that has ever been demonstrated, things are uniform. The laws of physics are uniform. They act uniformly. But he's saying you can't really know that because of the problem of induction. And so what he's trying to cast doubts on is literally something like the coin, like it's something that no normal person would ever doubt. Okay, if I drop something, I know it's gonna fall if I let go of it. Why? Because of my previous experience dropping things. Only a ridiculous, silly person would think otherwise. And that's what the argument Sam is making here. And then just one thing, because he says, yeah, I'm not addressing the arguments. Like, for the prophecy thing, like those are prophecies from the Bible and the Old Testament that are then verified by the Bible. Like, this is circular reasoning. He's saying the Bible predicted Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Now, what's the evidence that we have that Jesus was born in Bethlehem? Oh, the Bible said he was. Okay, totally circular reasoning, and you can't verify that any of those predictions were actually valid.
All right, Grayson. Let's see. Jungle, you're up next.
Okay. If you want to see the evidence of God, because creation is evident, I would suggest looking at the information in the genome, because matter and energy can't, well, they can't make themselves in the first place, but they can't order themselves. They can't direct themselves. They can't write information. And I think what Grayson is doing, he's using existing information, existing function, and saying, look, it alters, changes, but that existing function's already there, and there's no explanation of how, all that programming got there. You're talking about billions of bits of programming, and it's not just the genetic code. It's not just mitochondrial DNA. There's information in the cell itself, in the sugars. Everything has to be, compatible. The immune system has to function, all by information. And it's the information that is going to, convince you that there's a creator, because the creation is evident everywhere to begin with, because nothing can make or direct itself. I think that's about it.
Thank you so much, Jungle. And we'll head it off to Mark now whenever you're ready.
Okay, so praise, like DNA is not algorithmic. Like that paper is actually talking about the difference between DNA and the problems between like comparing our binary system to a quadratic system like DNA. So it's not algorithmic. It does not have an end goal pre-programmed into it. It is simply going through a process, and you've sort of got to learn what algorithmic means, because that's the whole point. They're sort of saying, and just because something's been prescribed doesn't mean that it's has to be from a prescriber, some agent of some sort. No, it just means like it has a deterministic nature. That's all. Sam, your whole thing, I went through empiricism, rationalism. You're going back to the Munchausen trilemma, where basically the three prongs of that are circular arguments, dogmatic assertion, and infinite regress. You're going back to dogmatic assertion. Like, you just wanted there to be a God and that's it. You don't want to root it in anything, have any foundation for it. You don't want to prove it. You don't want to demonstrate it. You just want to assert it, and that's all. You're saying that you want the impossibility of the counter, but you haven't demonstrated that impossibility. All you're doing is sort of using a Darth Dawkins, what's your foundation? Okay, ultimate reality is my foundation. That is my foundation. So go for it. You can talk about that all you want. C. Brown, just because you point out things that haven't been figured out is God of the gaps, and you guys are using a lot of that. The argument from ignorance, not your ignorance, our ignorance of how processes work. Just because there's a gap in our knowledge doesn't mean you can fill it with a God. Regulatory systems. If the cells didn't start to regulate, they wouldn't have survived, and the cells that did regulate have a benefit, so they did survive. That's the entire process. You sort of can't wrap your head around that these processes, the ones that survived got to pass that on, and the ones that died didn't. And complexity, none of complexity suggests a God in the slightest. And Jungle Jargon's doing the same thing. Just this creation is evident from that God is evident from the creation kind of thing. You're begging the question that it's a creation for a start. You're not actually demonstrating that there is a creator, just like Sam is doing. You're just dogmatically asserting that creator up front and then expecting everybody else to fall in line. Well, sorry, you're going to have to demonstrate that. Stop shifting the burden of proof, both of you.
Thank you so much, Mark. I guess I'll be my turn now. So I'm going to respond to Mark first and Grayson. So Mark, I don't understand why atheists purposely diminish prophecy. The text actually says a child shall be born of a virgin, not a woman, not a general woman, but a virgin, who is called Emmanuel. Being interpreted means God with us. So it's not just some general prophecy. That's ridiculous. And Luke used the census as a literary device to bring in Mary and Joseph to Bethlehem. of Judea so that Jesus of Nazareth would be born in Bethlehem. So did Grayson really try to hand wave the Bible making messianic predictions? Where the hell else would this prediction be affirmed? In the Quran, the Vedas? Of course it's okay for Grayson to accept predictions evolutionists make. They accept their own predictions in their own evolutionist camp, but your chronological snobbery is despicable. And with that, I'm going to hand it off now to Amy. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Amy.
Thank you so very much. I just want to start by saying that I appreciate a notion of starting with God because I was a theist. And so I do think that it's something to think about, though I would also assert that evolution does not contradict a God, and that there is a claim to be a theistic evolutionist. I would say that there is closer to an empirical means of consciousness than anything that we've had before and anything supernatural. That currently we have a good understanding of the brain, the mind, or let me put a big asterisk. We are gaining a better understanding of the brain, the mind, and consciousness. And so far, it all points to an evolutionary, naturalistic, biological means. Evolution sounds simple because we've spent so much time investigating it and understanding it. However, I would assert that the competition, in my view, creationism, intelligent design, whatever you want to say, well, if I were to ask the question, I think we do have a good means of how an eye came. But if I were to switch the question and say, well, how did God make an eye? How did the creator actually do it? I can see three answers so far. I don't know, which is the only valid answer when you don't know something. I don't need to know, which is the only valid answer that you give when you're trying to be dishonest. And God used their powers, which is another honest answer, but I think that it feels silly saying it out loud, and yet sounds fairly simple, doesn't it?
All right. Thank you so much, Amy. And we'll hand it off now to Sam.
All right. You know what? Just as I thought, no one actually wanted to deal with the argument. So James says that everything we have found out that it has a natural cause or this and that. But James has begged the question. I want to know how James determined that God is not singularly in control of that natural process. Can you deal with that, James? James repeated the God of the gaps exactly right after I cleared it up. Mark, you did that, and I was disappointed to hear you do it too, Grayson, because I talked to you about this. We start with God. We don't fill in the blanks of our knowledge with God. You guys, these are just atheist cliches. So James did not address deception or coming to knowledge by his deception mechanism, that is evolution. He didn't do that. No one's dealing with my argument. So James says that he does not have perfect knowledge, but he can't account for knowledge at all. Those probabilistic things that you and Grayson keep saying, that if everything is based on something that's contingent, these odds that you're throwing out, 99, they're just entirely arbitrary. So Grayson misrepresented my argument. I'm not saying that uniformity can't be known. I'm saying that it is irrational on naturalistic terms. You guys can't account for it. I've already said this. I love it because God is in control. None of you are dealing with the argument, okay? It's irrational because it's an extrapolation fallacy that's based on a compilation fallacy. I've already gone through this. So Grayson made an error in assuming that the Bible is one book as opposed to a compilation of 66 books spread out through history. You're just hand waving it away. It's embarrassing. So Mark confused prescription with description. Something that is prescribed needs a prescriber. That's the way I'm using the terms, Mark. Pay attention, bud. Don't just hand wave it away. Deal with the argument. You laugh. You should be embarrassed. You've accounted for nothing. Mark said, I didn't prove God, but Mark dodged the question. Okay. I'm proving God in the same way you prove logic. The instantiation of the denial of logic leads to absurdity. And so far, you have proven that the instantiation of the denial of God also leads to absurdity. So Mark said that ultimate reality is his foundation. What a cliche. What an atheist cliche. Mark, how much of ultimate reality do you know? You're just appealing to mystery.
We gotta cut off.
All right. Well, one last thing. So on one hand, the atheists say they can explain reality without God, but Mark says it's a mystery. You guys are failing. Do better.
Thanks. All right. And appreciate that, Sam. James, so whenever you're ready, go ahead, man.
All right, sounds good. So, prove God is not in control. So, the properties, the attributes of the Christian God have been carefully crafted and constructed over the years to make him unfalsifiable. Any way that we could possibly falsify him, they adjust it so, you can't actually look behind the curtain to see if he's really there or not. You just have to assume it, or we'll make threats that you'll find out on the judgment day. But we've actually had to work past those fears and try to look at things rationally, not based on fears and idle threats. We know that natural processes work. We know that they exist. We know that they're real. We know they have profound explanatory power to explain things that we previously did not understand. We know nothing about the war god of the ancient Hebrews poofing universes and life out of nothing. We've never seen one of those. We certainly don't know that it's even possible. We don't even have a reason for one. You guys think that we all agree that there had to be something initially that didn't have a clearly defined, understood cause. We think that it was natural forces. You think it's a supernatural being. Which one seems more rational, less complex? It seems that the less complicated answer is usually the right one. And I think an intelligent God is a lot more complicated than just quantum fields or pure energy, whatever it is, when we actually find out the true nature of reality, if we ever find it. But it's an ongoing process, and we're continuing to learn more. And 100 years from now, we'll know a lot more than we know today. And 1,000 years from now, we'll know way more than even then. But we're going to get there through naturalistic means. It's not going to be through God.
All right. We'll hand it off to, let's see here. C. Brown, you're up. If he's there.
Can't believe he was
I'm sorry. I'm here. Hey,
Okay.
Grayson, before I start my time, you guys don't mind, can you tell me that paper you said it explained? I think you said it explained regulation. Exactly what you tell me that paper explained, the one you just pulled up out of nowhere.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So basically, what the paper showed was an experiment where they introduced a new gene into E. coli. And over the course of the experiment, the E. coli evolved a regulatory machinery in order to regulate the expression of that new gene that it didn't have before the experiment. So it was an evolution of the regulatory genes via evolution.
Okay, so you put a gene inside. Okay, so you don't have the address. I'm gonna finish. He put a gene inside. He put a gene inside of bacteria. Okay, and then this bacteria started, and then it evolved a regulatory system. The systems were already there. Regulatory systems do not evolve naturally. There's no reason for evolution, which is a blind process that's completely unguided, to have forward-thinking purposes like regulation. That's just impossible. You have genes like a master gene called the I think it's FRG1, which regulates vacillation, gastrulation, and cell differentiation. Okay, it regulates 10,000 cells in the body. Okay, evolution can't build systems like that. What you guys simply do is you learn something, you find something out, You take systems that's already fully developed, you add something to it, you see an effect. Instead of calling it an epigenetic effect, you call it a mutation, you call it a regulation effect. The effect was there. Evolution did not evolve that effect, sir. It didn't do it. Okay. Now let me get back
your
to
time
the
is
others.
up.
Oh, that
Yeah.
2 minutes that quick?
Yeah, it goes quick, my man. Yeah.
Man.
We'll have to grease in that
That's
whenever
what
you're
she
ready.
said.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Wait,
heard a
hold
lot
on.
of
Did
like.
you
No. You didn't count Grayson's.
Did you? Hold on. This is a question for praise. Did you count the question about the paper against C. Brown? Because I thought that was like an off the clock question. But
yeah, so that's
we
a good
really
point.
shouldn't be
Well,
asking questions and expecting answers and then sort of saying, well, that's not
No. Well,
part of my
I just wanted some clarification. And I think we should be able to do that. I just wanted some clarification. So I'm sorry about that. I just want to clarify. I think we should be able to do that, like something real quick. Let me see what else. Okay. All right.
Once again,
Okay. So basically, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The whole thing about us. The whole thing about us is this here. We appeal to a creator. You appeal to naturalism. So what we see in nature is highly complex, way higher complex than anything we can ever create. Okay, so if we can't create it, we can't even manipulate it. If we put all the parts in the cell, we can't even do that. So how are we going to expect naturalism to do it? That's all I want to say.
There we go.
Okay, cool. So complexity is definitely not a criteria determining whether or not something was designed. There are all kinds of things that we cannot create that we know were not designed, such as a black hole. We, the human race, cannot create a black hole. And yet we have seen black holes formed naturally, like without a designer. And yet black holes are way more complicated than anything humans can create. So this is erroneous logic. Okay, I heard C. Brown like attribute all kinds of things to evolution, like forward thinking or wants or desires or plans or motivations. None of those things apply. He is anthropomorphizing evolution to act like a god, because in his worldview, that's how he makes sense of the world and explains things, is with an entity that has some sort of conscious decision making, which evolution is not. And none of what he brought up requires any conscious decision making or any designer. And he just made claims saying that evolution cannot account for it. And yet he did not demonstrate those claims. He did not provide evidence for those claims. He did not explain why evolution could not account for those things. And I even showed him papers showing how evolution creates these things. He did not read the papers, and he comes up with excuses, literally making them up for how maybe this paper could have been explaining something else that can fit in his worldview. So it's totally ad hoc. And he needs to actually be familiar with both evolution and the studies supporting it in order to have any authority to make the kinds of claims that he has been making.
Praise, am I going to get a chance to speak at some point?
Jason,
you're next, Jason.
Yeah, let him finish. Come on, Jason.
So, how much time do I have left?
Are you about to, I want to let you get 20 seconds in there. Go ahead, 20 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So redefine has not shown that like not believing in God is logically untenable or is absurd in any way. He patently has not demonstrated that. And he says that he starts with God, but that's also not true. As he himself has admitted, he has to start with the presupposition that his own senses are reliable. And there's no getting around that. We start with the same basic assumptions. He wants to say that he starts with God, but really he starts with the presumption of the reliability of his senses, because that's how he gets God's revelation, is through his senses.
All right. And thank you so much, Grace. We'll hand off to you now, Jason. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Okay. Butterfly metamorphosis and navigation. I want evolutionists to show me exactly how something as incredibly complex as a creature with two radically different body plans in the same genome came about via the mutation selection mechanism through small successive changes over millions of years. Tell me how the mutation selection mechanism evolved the process of cell death. When the caterpillar is in the chrysalis, it completely liquefies itself while most of the cells die in order for the materials to reform into different cells and structures. This cell death alone goes against natural selection. Tell me how the navigation of the monarch butterfly tells it to navigate to a place 2,500 miles away over 3 generations.
Is that your finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like him to explain that one.
We'll hand it off to Mark next, whenever you're ready, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to point out, like, so every single thing we're expected to sort of explain every minute detail of evolution, like down to the actual functional genomes. And whereas creationists just say God done it and that's it, they don't explain anything about their model. They basically use the God as a crutch. It just inserts into any gap of our knowledge. Butterflies' metamorphosis, it's just their larval stage, pupa stage. You know, they just have stages of development, just like any other organism. Like you said, a small successive step over millions of years. That you explained how it came about. You just didn't realize that's how it came about. Now, do I know the exact genes that were changed? No, but that doesn't make a God true. And you sort of said diminished prophecy kind of thing. And yeah, it's most of the prophecy in there. You know, I mean, you had contradictory prophecies where the Messiah was supposed to be born of David, wasn't born of David because Mary was a virgin, but still Jesus is born of the line of David. So your own prophecies are absolutely contradictory. It's not snobbery, it's just a dogmatic assertion that they are true. And Sam, the natural cause, you have the burden of proof here. You're the one claiming that a God it did all of this and is foundational. I mean, we go to senses and logic, which I presume that you agree with. So it's not an extrapolation fallacy. We're using the same senses and the same logic. You know, it's just what you're going to is a begging the question of God in the beginning and then basically refusing to have any justification, because you can't start at God. You have to start at your own mind. That's epistemology. You have to justify why you think that God is the reason, not just dogmatically assert that it's a God and then claim that everything you think is justified from there. That's ridiculous. And you sort of say that things are prescribed, it has to be a prescriber. I want you to demonstrate that, but you know, that prescription necessarily requires a prescriber. And we agree that we see the same nature. You're the one claiming there is something other than nature there. So you need to demonstrate these claims. Stop shifting the burden of proof when you make claims that when it is a God, you're basically saying, well, I don't have to justify it because I claim that a God comes first. Fine, I'm going to claim that garden gnomes came first. They're the single justification for all rationality. Prove me wrong.
All right, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, you had to respond to that.
Well, you will. You'll have your time.
Hey, Praise, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what about if we did something like this? What about if we had like direct, like if you get like a creationist and an evolutionist, like go against each other for like 5 minutes. That way you got two turns. That way you can really like pound it out between the two of them without leaving so much, left over. I feel like every time I get finished talking, Grayson add that garbage on the end of it, and they gotta wait to come all the way back around.
Well, we're on the same.
It's up to the panel. Like, does the panel agree to that? Or?
I thought Mark was answering what I said just then and said thinking I was going to respond to him and say something back to him.
I was answering what everybody said, Jason.
Okay, but you mostly addressed me, and then you said that I'd have to prove. Okay, so you're talking about the larval stage of the butterfly, and it's just a larval stage, and blah 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 blah, and all this sort of stuff. It's just all worked out. It's just it's just a larval stage. It's don't worry about that. Just nothing to see here. Move on. Don't listen to what he said, mate. You can't explain bugger all. You can't explain the beginning of the universe. You can't explain abiogenesis. You can't explain anything.
So does that? I guess we're just going to open it up then. Open talk then.
Well,
if you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to
Maybe.
go one last
For a little
time,
bit.
and then because it's like
fair enough.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll just go
If you
one
don't
more time
mind.
around then. Yeah, so
One
Mark
more
just
time.
got done. I'll go for 2 minutes around that, and then we'll hand it off to James.
Perfect. Thanks.
So To me, so what I was hearing from Amy and Mark is that they were getting awfully close to a naturalistic fallacy, that because it's natural, therefore it's true, or if it's good, and that's just not an explanation. That's just begging the question. And also, I haven't heard any evolutionists or atheists in here address the apparent teleology that's part of this universe. And we know that there's fine tuning, and we know that there are morals, that there's ethics and morals that
Do we?
humans. Let me finish. That humans humans demonstrate. So, if they're just going to hand wave all that away and assume like, oh, it's just subjective. Well, and then it's if you go to subjective morality, then you're moral anti-realist at that point. Just look up the definition. So then you're saying it's illusory. So then you're just saying that everything around you is illusory, that there really is no purpose, even though that we see purpose, we see inherent value, purpose, a goal that's directed in humanity. It's going a certain direction, and that is to be obviously to love your neighbor, which the Bible already proclaimed. To say the Bible has been the gold standard of morality thousands of years. And I think it's even the golden rule is to love your neighbor, but actually it's not. The golden rule by other religions is to treat your neighbor as yourself, but not necessarily love your neighbor. So the Bible has been way ahead of its time, and it'll remain at the top. It will never be brought down. Christianity is for here to stay for at least until humanity exists. And with that, I end my time.
Praise, did you switch me around and skip me? Because I was like first, and then Jason was last, and I was waiting for one more atheist to talk, and then it would be back to me. Now I'm way big down here at the bottom. Is that my imagination or what?
Yeah, it got all switched around. I just went. So James is next.
And I'm used to starting at the top and then ending at the bottom. Right back
Ben
to
was
you.
going to go.
Amy was next.
James has to go to bed.
Okay, let me get
Well,
Amy.
C.
Sam was
Brown
gonna
did want
go.
to pound it out,
James has to
Amy.
go to bed, doesn't he?
Yeah, we totally skipped jungle.
Yeah, I got totally skipped.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Jungle.
I was supposed to be at the first.
Jungle, you should have spoke up, bro.
Well, I was
He
just
was just about to
waiting,
prove God, too.
but it just kept on going.
Sorry, Jungle. Like when people leave and join, it gets sort of mucked around.
Right, it
So
gets jumbled
I do
up,
apologize. You probably should have been
No,
after
I
me,
know.
but
I know
no
that,
worries.
yeah.
Or before me, I'm not sure.
No, because it was Jason, then it was another atheist or skeptic, and then it would have been me because I was at the
So
beginning.
jungle, do you want to just
Okay.
go or?
I was
Yeah,
gonna
just
say,
go,
what's
mate.
on your mind, Jungle?
Well, we got two different views here. We got one view of naturalism, and we have one view of creation. And the creation is the more obvious that everything was created because in order to have information, you need a mind, and matter doesn't have a mind, and matter can't make a mind, and matter can't get information to make a mind. But then you have the bait and switch thing where you want to start out with the initial first cell, the first supposedly original common ancestor cell that everything evolved from. But the problem is that you can't get the information by making mistakes. It's like Grayson gave the example of putting in a gene, and that the gene came to have function because it was put in to a bacteria or something, and then it was made to have function. But we're talking about how did you get all this information? There's so much information going on. There's so much communication, so much algorithms and all kinds of information going on, communication and everything. And each cell has its own function. You start out with a single cell, but in a human, the single cell starts out with all of the information for all of the function in everything inside of us. And you have to get all of that information all in place.
10 seconds.
Everything has to be all, and you have to build the organism too. So it's the chicken and egg problem as well with the information. Which came first, the information or the organism?
Thank you, Jungle, but also thank you for the other atheists or the evolutionists in here that they waited there, and I appreciate that. So, Amy, thank you for your patience, and we'll hand it off to you now.
Absolutely. Just very quickly, the egg came first because it was a mechanism, and then chickens came way later. So accounting for, I just want to throw like an aside for the accounting knowledge and ultimate reality, because Christianity and evolution are not direct dichotomies, they could both be true. I don't believe that this sentence is true, and yet I'm going to say it to demonstrate it. One, Christianity is true for accounting for knowledge. Two, evolution is true for accounting the diversity of life. Both of these statements could be true. I don't think the first is, but they could be, and you would still not necessarily have a dichotomy. And so evolution does build systems. It's not about a creator versus evolution. That's really what it is. You could say creator versus naturalism. Are we talking about a physical natural world versus a supernatural world that's maybe nested on top? But it isn't as much as evolution versus creation as they make it sound, or at least the way they describe it. Caterpillar metamorphism, really quickly. I don't think that it's supernatural. So I don't understand. It's the second time it came up tonight what the fascination is. You could have, or we do have, a cocoon catalyst that then goes to its larva stage where it releases enzymes, dissolves, getting rid of the old tissue. Once the tissue is dissolved, you have a protein-rich soup, which has rapid cell division, wings, antenna, and legs come forward, and then you have something amazing. You have like a butterfly. Matter can't make a mind. I would love to know why or explore that, because from my position, our minds factually are made of matter, and we can tell that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. And I repeat that again, the opposite. Matter and energy can't be destroyed or created.
Very good. Thank you so much, dear Amy. You're on the clock now, Sam, whenever you're ready.
All right. Yeah. So thanks, Amy. You just said we can have both A and not A. That's awesome. So Grayson, kudos to you. You offered a fair critique. And then Mark's response was just self-refuting. So you said that I start with my mind, and you're somewhat right. So we would say that our mind is our approximate starting point, because our mind isn't fully rational. If you want to say it is, that's a claim, but I've continued to ask you guys to explain all of the deception in the world. So if you want to say that the mind is rational, you've got a huge problem. And if you want to say that there's some circularity there and you object to it, good luck with that, Mark. That's self-refuting. That was ridiculous. So James, you said a lot, but none of you guys are actually dealing with my argument. It's classic. Mark, you talk about an epistemology, but can you have an epistemology without a metaphysic? I'm still waiting for that thing that's metaphysically primary, so you can have anything that's derivative. You can't even account for your metaphysic. Here's the argument. Pay attention, okay? 1, everyone affirms a worldview, either explicitly or implicitly. Number 2, either a worldview will be instantiated or it is held irrationally. Number 3, you affirm a worldview. So you guys can just keep pivoting back to me and poo-pooing on God, right? But I'm only asking you to instantiate your own worldview that you hold. And so far, you say that God hasn't been demonstrated. I've said it multiple times, Mark. I've proven God in the same way that you would prove logic, but you're not dealing with the argument. You're running from it. Deal with the argument. Account for reality on your own terms. Can I have like 30 more seconds?
Yes, go ahead, man.
All right. Okay, so because of our sin, we have been separated from God, and we've placed ourselves on the road to perdition. But God gave us a justification path to salvation, and all we need to do is repent on Him, and turn to Christ and be saved. That's it.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Sam. Or if you want to hang around after this, you can. I think you might be going, or I'm not sure.
I'll stick around for a few minutes if you're going to open it up. If anyone wants to ask a question or whatever about, to me. If not, like, I'm really tired. It's past my bedtime.
Yeah. So James, whenever you're ready, man, you have your 2 minutes, and we'll start your time whenever you're ready.
Right. So we accept that we don't have perfect or absolute knowledge. It's not that we necessarily like it that way. It just is what it is. It's the reality that we find ourselves in. As Mark pointed out, we hear a lot of these from creationists telling us, oh, explain this process, or tell us how evolution did this or that. And even when we provide an explanation, they're still incredulous. They just don't see it. But yet they actually don't have any explanation at all for how God did anything. They don't care. It's just magic. And they're fine with that. But they expect us to provide all the details. Even when we do it, it's still not enough. They just shift the goalpost, and they want to know more and more and more. And they're never satisfied. And all they really have to do is they point to reality, point to something, and baselessly assert that it's a creation and requires a creator. That's really all that they have. That's a baseless assertion. We don't know that there's a creator. We've never seen one, and that's the thing. They have to get you to accept the idea of a creator before they introduce you to their creator, because all the proposed creators are full of absurdities, blatant falsehoods, internal contradictions. None of the religions really make sense. They're all crazy. They all are filled with absurdity. But if you accept that one of them has to be true, then, well, I guess you pick the one that makes the most sense to you. But I don't think there are satisfactory explanations for anything. I think science does a much better job. Naturalism is much more useful. Fine tuning, it would be very strange to find ourselves somewhere where we couldn't be. We're here because we can be. If we couldn't be, then we wouldn't be. Thank you.
All right, let's start the clock now for Seabrad. You're on the clock.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What do we get? 2 minutes each? Is that what it is right now?
Yeah, this is the last round of 2 minutes. We're going to open it up after Grayson.
Okay, yeah, because I was about to say, I wouldn't mind having like the 4 minutes back and forth with Grace and kind of to nail out a couple of things. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if that's cool with everybody. If we kind of grouped up and did like short little bursts.
Yeah, what we'll do for our side, the Christian creationist side, we'll let you have a little bit more time when we open it up. But this keep around 2 minutes for this response.
Okay. Okay.
We'll
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So first I want to talk about Amy just gave. She just kind of just read stuff about how a caterpillar, how you can get a caterpillar into a butterfly. The thing about it is, the first time it happened, the first time when this caterpillar, the caterpillar evolved into a butterfly. How did that process was already programmed to do that? It seemed like the first time that would have happened, it would have been something. It would not have survived that, because you're going from a caterpillar to two cells, and and if the regulation isn't correct, you die. Now, evolutionists always want to say, okay, well, if you don't have it, then you die. Okay, so and then you don't spread your genes or whatever. The same way Mark just said about the regulation. Creatures that develop regulation, they survive. Well, every creature got regulation. So, do you really think that in the past there was creatures that couldn't evolve regulation and they just died? No, regulation is a system that's in the cell for homeostasis, regulating the genes. Just like you get puberty, those genes are regulated. Just like when you go in menopause, those genes are regulated. Just like when you're growing from an infant, you got regulation. Regulation is nothing that could just come about through natural processes, because the intent is to regulate. That's an intent. How do blind processes develop intentionality? I'm cool with just that little piece right there.
Okay, so no, as I clarified in my last response, there is no intent. You have not demonstrated that there is intent. It is a logical fallacy for you to claim that there is intent using the logic that you used. I already showed you how regulation can come about, novel regulation that was not pre-coded in the gene code for a new protein that was not in the gene code. So it requires new regulation. So we've shown that in experiment. Yeah, the intentionality doesn't happen. As far as the caterpillar thing, your questions all show a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution. Like the very premise of your questions is wrong. Like they are nonsensical questions. You're basically asking like for the first French speaker that was born, could they not understand their parents because their parents wouldn't have spoken French? Because like for you to ask such a question shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how languages develop, the same way that your questions show a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolution even works in the first place. And then Sam, in regards to your line of reasoning here, you've tried to claim that God is true because the opposite is logically absurd and cannot happen. But you have not demonstrated that. All you have said is, yeah, but they can't falsify God. And if you can't falsify God, then what? Like, you're not making a claim about the impossibility of our position. Our position is not God 100% doesn't exist. We just lack God in our ontology. Okay, like you haven't demonstrated that is logically absurd position to hold, or that somehow is impossible or can't be. You haven't demonstrated anything about that position. I know you think that you have. You've tried to burden shift over here, but you, sir, are the one that have the burden of proof. You are the one making a positive claim. We are not necessarily making a negative claim in contradiction to yours. We just are simply lacking your claim. That doesn't mean that we have a burden of proof to falsify your claim. That is not how this works.
You have the same claim that we do. Your claim is that matter did it.
You don't
God
affirm a worldview?
Sure.
You don't have a worldview? Or are you saying that your
I never said
worldview
I don't have a
is
worldview.
held irrationally?
I never said any of that.
Your
I could
worldview
be a
is held
note on a
irrationally as
wall.
well.
Yeah, well, no, that's a claim.
Yeah,
and all
sure.
I hear from you is claims.
I can
you have the
demonstrate
same
that
claim that we do. You have the same
Okay,
exact
good.
claim that we do, but you
what's my
think that
claim?
matter did it. You think matter did it, and we're saying
Right.
no, a creator did it. But
What's my
giving all
claim?
the credit. You're giving
I
all
just
the
don't
credit
understand.
to mindless, unguided matter.
Wait, what's
Right,
my
I just
claim?
don't understand.
Credit to a
What am I
creator.
claiming?
Mark, he keeps repeating what
Yeah,
your
I
claim
know.
is the
He's
same
basically
as ours.
straw manning essentially right now. So you're making
You're
a straw
saying
man.
so hold on.
matter
You're basically
did
making
it.
a
Mark, answer
statement
this one.
of a
You're
claim
saying
that
Okay,
I'm
Mark,
not
answer this one.
actually
You're
making.
Mark,
saying
So
Mark,
tell me
did
what
it.
the
You have the
exact
same
claim
as
that
what
I'm
we-
making is.
you made the claim that
You're
regulation
saying
and
matter
regulatory
wrote
features,
genetic information to make it.
right, and regulatory features can just evolve.
Yes.
It appears to have a purpose. It appears to be regulating these genes. It appears to be turning these genes on and off. It appears to need a lot of help because to regulate something, you have to get helper proteins. Okay, promoters, and to get in there, you need enhancers. You need repressors. Everything has a purpose. It's going to upregulate. It's going to downregulate it at certain times and certain amounts. That's an intentional purpose. You're telling us that some type of way you came from a unicellular creature. Okay, some kind of way you got the cell. Let's give you the cell. I'm gonna give you a little charity.
See,
We gave you the
Brown,
cell.
you're sort
Then
of
the
jumping
cell.
topics. You're sort of gish galloping right now. So let's address
No, we're
that.
talking.
Okay.
No. We're talking about the origin of regulatory features.
You just
Okay.
need
That's
to be
what we're talking
succinct in your
about.
questions. Just be succinct. Don't use so many
Okay.
words
Okay.
or
Right.
ramble so much.
It was very specific. I'm asking you
Does regulation
how.
fail in modern species, like modern cells? Does regulation fail?
No, it didn't. If it's a
No.
mutation,
No regulation has ever failed in a modern species.
okay, and that's why it's intentional. That's why
That's
it's a purpose behind it. No. You said before. You said before that creatures that do not involve regulatory features, they die out. That's what you said earlier.
uh-huh.
Okay, so you said that earlier. So now you're saying that none of them failed. That all regulatory features they
I didn't
always
say
pass.
none of them
They're
failed.
100%.
So,
You
C.
just
Brown, can I ask you,
I
what do
thought
you
cancer,
think?
some forms of cancer were a form of unregulated cells. Their growth
that's
functionality
that's
has
a
failed.
mutation. That's a mutation. We know that. That's a
No,
mutation.
it's a
What
failure
I'm
to
saying,
regulate.
what I'm asking for, what I'm asking you guys to do, I'm asking you guys to come up with an origin and a reason and a how an unguided process could start from a unicellular creature some kind of way before he even got his body parts, before he even got the protein sequences to make the body parts. It started regulating. When did it start regulating? How did it get the sequences, and when did it start regulating? Let's go from single cell and let's build it up.
There was
Let's
already
build
some
up.
regulation with single cells.
Yes.
Okay, what was those single cells regulating? What was those regulators regulating in the single
Protein
cell?
expression.
Okay, protein expressions. Okay,
Mhm.
so what protein are we talking about? So from when that
All of
single
them.
cell went, okay, good. So when it went from the single cell,
I
and
really
it's
want to get this, because before we keep on going down this route, please explain how
why
God.
was this? Okay, but
Yeah. How
no.
did God
Why
do
are
it?
you? No.
Keep
You
on
can't change
answering
the subject.
questions,
You
but
can't change the subject.
so
You
the
can't change the subject
point of
Yeah,
the
is this a
subject
you guys
conversation
saying
or
that.
an
that
interrogation?
you can't
No. Hold on.
answer any
No,
of
no, no, no,
those
no, no, no.
questions, and that
No,
Yeah.
you
you
are
guys don't
pulling
want the
them
heat.
out of
You
your
don't
butt.
want the heat. Listen, you don't want the
Sure.
heat.
Would you
You
be able
guys are
to
saying. You
answer
guys are
how
saying.
God
No.
is able to rake a regulatory system?
Why are you changed? I'm going to tell you in a second.
It's the
But
same
what I'm trying to say
subject.
is this here.
Take as
We
much
ask
time to
we
pull it
ask
out.
a tough subject. We ask a tough
Mhm.
subject, and then you want to bail out because you want to say it's so easy to add features, to add legs, to add arms, to add eyes, to add skin,
Sure.
to add hair. Okay, it's so easy
Yeah,
from
we can
going from
kind
a
of
single
explain that.
cell.
Yes. This
So
is
I'm just asking. I'm
actually.
asking you guys from the ground up how it happened.
So
That's
it went
all.
single-celled, and then it went multi-celled, and then after multi-celled, you had plants, then you had fungi, and then you had humans, and animals, and then within those animals, you had slightly conscious creatures, you had sentient creatures, then you had introspective creatures. Can you answer any question
Okay.
on a God
Okay. So
model?
where? Okay. So we went single
Like
cell. Okay.
Wait. Can you not
Sure.
interrupt Amy? She was almost done.
Well, I
no. She
don't understand how you think that God creates a regulatory system.
Okay, can I answer that one? Okay,
How?
Yeah,
By
he
his word.
used
exactly.
he used.
How does that work? How does his
Okay,
word
By his
create a
word.
regulatory system?
No.
How does that work?
No, you're the one
How does that
claiming
work?
magic because you're the one giving the
No,
credit.
now
I'm
we don't
not.
want to.
I'm
We don't
not
want to
claiming
give.
magic.
By
You're
his
the
Okay,
one giving credit to
No,
matter for
how does his
information.
word create a
That's not
regulatory
fair.
okay.
system?
We don't want to use. We don't want to use that argument. We don't want to use that argument.
Yeah, it sounds
God.
bad.
What
Okay.
argument?
Just
You don't
like
seem to have an argument. You're basically saying
we
that
don't
you've got
want.
to
We
explain
don't want to
every
It
single.
use.
has to
Excuse me,
be
C. Brown, if I
by
could finish,
instruction.
please. You want us to
Has to be
explain
by
every
instruction.
single nuance of every single step of every single tiny bit of evolution, but when you get asked how did it happen, you say God done it through word and that's it. So why can't
By
you
I didn't say
explain to
that.
the
I
same,
didn't say that.
excuse me,
By
jungle
instruction.
jargon,
Hold on.
pay
Hold on.
attention.
Hold on.
Why can't you explain
I
to the
didn't say that.
same level in detail how God did it? Why do you get exempted from that explanation, C. Brown?
You didn't give me a
How did
chance to answer.
how did
You never
Hovind
gave
do
me
it?
a chance. Hold on. You never
Well,
gave
I
me
was
a
too
chance to
busy
answer.
being
You got
interrupted. I'm sorry.
okay. No, I was trying to answer your question. Your religion
What?
got to you. I was trying to answer your question. Let me
Sure,
answer your
answer.
question.
Hmm.
Okay. So don't interrupt me while I'm answering it. We appeal. So you appeal to naturalism. You believe that everything can happen naturally, that everything, the laws of nature can push everything together, everything works naturally. Intentionality could come about naturally, everything come about naturally. We appeal, we appeal to intelligence. Okay, we appeal to a programmer that programs cells, that's 1,000 times more intelligent than us.
I didn't ask
because
you
we
what you
can't.
appeal to. I asked
Okay,
you how it happened. How, not the why.
And I'm explaining. And I'm explaining it to you. I'm explaining it
Yes.
to you.
Okay,
You may
what's
not
the
like the way
process?
I'm explaining it to you. And I was trying to say it. We have an intelligent being that's much more intelligent than us.
And powerful.
That designed a program that has forward thinking, that has regulatory features in it, that has homeostasis. We appeal to intelligence. That's what we appeal to. We're not appealing to naturalism. Since you appeal to naturalism, you got to tell us how it naturally happened. We're telling you how it intelligently happened. That's how we're telling you. And we're telling you that our God is more intelligent than us.
But you're not explaining how it happened. Okay.
Okay,
so you don't know.
off of that really quick though, because Genesis 2 says God is a genetic engineer, that he engineered the cell or the rib, or we say the genetic information of Adam and made Eve. So that's genetic engineering.
Doesn't say anything about genetic engineering.
Today. Yeah.
No, it doesn't say anything about genetic engineering. Come on, dude. Does not say anything about genetic engineering. Come on.
It does.
Like, seriously.
It says that she fell asleep, she was put to sleep, and he took the rib and made Eve out of it. But the rib there is curved.
I'm sorry.
DNA curve.
That says nothing about genetic information. That says that he took a rib and made a person out of the rib, like out of the actual physical rib, which is ridiculous. Like, I mean, you might interpret it as genetic information, but that's simply it does not say that outright. And you may say, oh, well, it implies it. No, it doesn't. You're just interpreting it like that. Now, I just want to address Steve Brown. That his thing is that this program is forward thinking. If the program was forward thinking, then DNA would be algorithmic. It would have an endpoint, an actual goal for the program. It doesn't. That's the thing. DNA is not algorithmic. It does not have a destination objective to it. No, it doesn't. Read up on it. No, read up on it. DNA is not algorithmic. It's not.
Can I prove it? Mark? Can I prove it?
Prove it.
Let me ask you a question. So how
you
about
don't need to ask me questions to prove it.
Mark, you're just gonna let me prove it. Why you keep cutting in?
Well, you don't have to ask me questions to prove it. Just prove it.
You gotta. I'm trying to stop you from interrupting me. You got a large stretch of DNA. You got genes. Okay. You have a machine that comes up, the machine that unzips the nucleotides and it copies them. Now you have a spliceosome that directly selects certain exons, okay, and it disregards other exons. It put the transcript together and it adds a polytail to it. That polytail leaves the nucleus to the nuclear pore complex and goes over to the ribosome machine. That right there is pure engineering because there's a purpose. Because this transcript you just built was specific to a cell type. All those exons can't be used. It can't be used in certain cell types. It will be used in different cell types. How do evolution know which exons to include in the transcript?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't. Okay, but it gets lucky. But it gets lucky. So it gets lucky.
It functions.
And then deconstruct the bridge as it goes. Otherwise, the cell would get brittle. So it literally has to build a bridge as it goes and deconstruct it at the same time.
It's a false dichotomy to claim that either there's some sort of knowledge or intentionality, or it's just a lucky coincidence. That is a false dichotomy. Those are not the only two options.
Correct.
Can I also say
what's the other option? No. Hold on. Let him answer. Is what? It's chemistry.
Did answer you.
Hold on. Did he say chemistry?
Yes, chemistry
Matter
is what
doesn't know how to make
determines,
stuff.
like electrostatics is what determines why a certain spliceosome will interact with a certain sequence of DNA. It's all inherent in the electrostatics of the chemistry of those two molecules. It's predetermined by their structure.
Okay, can I address that?
The information.
Okay, so you trying to tell me that chemistry, which basically just bond things, right? And reactions. Okay, the chemical bond, the chemicals, the electronic chemicals, some type of way know which exons to include in the particular transcript. It knows this.
and it's 1% right
There's
every
no
time.
knowledge, man. I have
There's no
clarified
knowledge.
this so many times with you. There's
Okay,
no
so how is it
knowledge,
picking it
there's no
then?
intent. You keep attributing human factors to these processes that don't have minds. You keep doing this over and over and over.
They have instructions. They have written
A lot of it's
instructions
trial and
Okay,
error.
so
by an intelligent
so
creator.
okay, let me ask you
So
another
you
question. Let me ask you
say,
another question then.
demonstrate that.
Okay, let me ask you another question. A
Demonstrated
DNA.
every time a child is born.
Let's
Great,
look at
a
a
child's
gene in
born. That's
DNA.
not much of a demonstration, dude. That's your claim that a
Okay,
child is born through
let's
God.
look at a gene.
You don't think
Let's
that's
look
a
at a gene.
demonstration?
No, I don't.
Okay, Mark.
You're witnessing
The
creation.
argument
right
you're
in front
using
of
is
you.
look at the trees.
Mark,
That's what the
Mark,
argument you're using is.
You're
Look at the
witnessing
trees.
creation right in front of
Yeah,
you.
so
every
you
time a
claim. Can you
child is
demonstrate
born,
that?
Mark.
Can you demonstrate that? Can you
Yes,
demonstrate that
because
that
it's
is due to
yes,
God? Yes, how?
yes,
How are you
because it's from
demonstrating that?
information.
It doesn't
Because it's
take
from
millions of
information,
years to
Mark.
make a baby, just 9
Because
months.
it's from information. It's from information and the
Just because
pre-existing
something has
working
information
mechanism.
doesn't mean it is
It's
from
a
a God.
pre-existing working mechanism, pre-existing instructions that makes
No,
you.
it's just a natural process.
Ordered you to be a human instead of a chinchilla.
Right,
No, it's just a
exactly,
natural process.
exactly.
It's
Ordered
just a
you to be
natural
It's not
human
natural.
instead of a
biochemical. It's
chinchilla.
not Babies are not natural. You heard it here first from C. Brown. Unnatural
Okay,
babies.
so
Babies. Yeah,
okay,
they're
so look at this.
unnatural. Totally unnatural.
You keep
Yeah,
mixing
no.
my you keep mixing my voice up. I never said that. Okay, so I tell you what.
Really? Let's wind the tape back a bit, shall we?
The information is supernatural.
Hey, Jungle.
Hey,
The information is supernatural. The information we just heard from Jungle Jargon that the information in DNA is supernatural.
It's supersized.
And you're the one saying that we're the ones claiming magic. This is hilarious.
Because it can't be made by magical matter. No,
Okay,
you're
so
the one
let me
that
ask you-
you're the one that is an
Magical matter.
idolater. You're the one that's giving the credit. You're the one that's giving the credit to
genetic
matter.
fallacy. Genetic
Mark,
fallacy now.
I just want to say,
Mark, you're
Wow.
the one giving the credit to matter.
Hey,
you're the one
Jungle.
glorifying matter.
Yes,
you're
matter
the one
and energy.
glorifying energy.
Unlike
We're the
also
one
energy.
glorifying
Your
the
imaginary
creator.
friend. We're not going
Code
to stop
comes
you.
from a coder, people.
It's not imaginary. It's not imaginary.
Sky Daddy,
The
he's
information is
imaginary.
not
Doesn't exist.
imaginary.
Jungle. Sometimes
The
we have to let
information
other
is not
people talk.
imaginary.
Yeah, but
What's
that's sort of-
imaginary
It's
is
not
that
magic either.
that-
It's natural.
what's
So yell some
imaginary
more
is
about it.
that
I'm
you
sure
say
that'll
that
convince
matter
people.
did it.
Let's stop over talking.
Okay, let me address
You're
what
saying
Grayson said.
gaps.
I want to address what Grayson said really quickly. Grayson said that it's just everything just chemical reaction. Everything in the cell just works perfectly because it's chemical reaction.
Well, he didn't say everything.
No, I said Grayson said that. Grayson said
Yeah, he didn't say everything. He
chemical
said your
reaction.
example.
I did not say that.
Okay,
Your
but
example
what I'm
was.
saying. Okay, but what I'm talking, but when I'm referring to specific intentionality, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I'm referring to the nucleotides all being wrapped up, all being in a specific order. The specific order is producing these proteins. Now you have different transcripts that's not being added into particular transcripts. Particular exons not being added. He said the chemical reactions, the static reactions or whatever. It's okay. Hold on. You did say they were select. I asked you how's the splices
What I'm
home?
objecting to, see,
No.
wait, let me just say what I'm objecting to. It's really short.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
say chemical reactions. I never said that. I said chemistry. That is different.
Okay.
Electrostatics
Chemistry.
are not chemical reactions.
Directed chemistry. It's directed chemistry.
Okay, Jungle, I wasn't asking.
Okay, so you said
It's directed chemistry. I'm telling you, it's
C-Brown, I'm
directed.
trying to listen to C-Brown.
So
Okay,
yell
hold on,
about
Jordan,
it
one
some
second.
more. Wow.
1 second. Okay, so what you're saying is chemistry is telling some kind of way is chemistry, the chemistry of the body knows naturally
No.
what exons. Well, how was it getting so lucky then? How was it getting so
know
lucky?
anything. There's no knowledge.
Okay.
I keep saying this over and over.
But you right, but you're saying that. But the end
But you
result
keep
is
not
the end
proving
result. Hold
evolution
on.
over and over.
The end results of it is that the spliceosome is selecting certain exons and is adding a polytail on the end of the transcript
so that it don't degrade.
Yes.
Then it's going over to the ribosome, and the ribosome is producing the protein. And when the protein is off too much and the three-dimensional shape is not achieved, the chaperone proteins chop it up for fuel because it did not confirm the three-dimensional shape that it needed to interact with the other proteins. Some kind of way you believe that chemistry knows the exact amounts that.
No. Stop
Well, how
saying
is it
no.
lucky then? How is it so lucky that? How is it so lucky that it's working perfectly?
It's literally the laws of chemistry, chemical properties determine every single step that you just outlined.
What are
All
the
of
laws
that
of
is
chemistry that does that?
No, it's
What are
information that determines
what is the laws?
what's being made.
What are these
Information.
laws? What are
To
these
answer
laws?
that, I have a
Electrostatic.
question.
The distribution of electric charge in 3 dimensions determines everything you just said.
And then
Okay,
before
Not
you
the
go on,
information
Wow.
does
you
not
guys were asking
determine the
questions.
information. No.
C. Brown, can I ask you, why do you think that irreducible complexity arguments have such a hard time finding tractions in the peer-reviewed scientific community?
Yeah, sure, I can answer that. Most of the scientists, secular scientists, they believe in evolution, but they can't explain it. They can't
They
explain
refuse to.
evolution. Cannot
They
explain
explain it all
how.
the time.
Does it all
They
the
do not
time.
explain it. They do. They do
We've
not
been trying
explain
to
it.
explain it.
They
Neither do
refuse
You
to
don't
you.
want to
see.
You
Yeah.
say
understand, but
God
we
and then
can't
don't
force you to
explain
understand it.
anything.
And you're trying
We
to
can't
flip it
force
around
you to
again.
understand it.
Exactly. What
You know
you
what?
can't
I,
force
I
you.
think we got. I think
Why?
we need to have some time exchanges with two people at a time because that was my thinking that if two people talk for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then next two people talk because this is getting just too crazy.
Well, you know, the
Yeah.
You're
Brown,
also
you
trying to
joined the
put it
panel.
back on
format's
us
not
when
up
I
to us.
asked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
if you
don't.
want to do a one-on-one, just like email one of us and we can set something up. But
Yeah.
right now we're on a panel with multiple people.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying it just get too crazy. Everybody's hyped up and everybody's talking at the same time.
Well, it
It's
seems
just
like you
crazy.
guys that are hyped up, not
We
us.
we can't. I can't tell. I can't tell that
Well,
one.
you
the
seem to be the
have-
most hyped up, with maybe
We
Jungles a bit
can't
more
have.
hyped up, but
So,
you know.
C. Brown, who would you like to talk to for a couple minutes? I just want to ask. Go.
I mean, okay, so I could talk to Grayson a little bit because I really want Grayson to explain to me how this
So,
chemistry.
Grayson, are you up for that? And is everyone else up for that? Would you guys accept that or not?
Absolutely.
Sure, I was a biochemistry major.
Who cares? You have to explain how it worked. You have to explain. So you're telling me that um, these how you say that electrostatic
Electrostatic.
electrostatics knows or it don't
No.
know, but it gets hold on, but it gets lucky enough.
No. Remember about 30 minutes ago when I specifically said it's a false dichotomy between saying that either something knows something or it's a complete coincidence and just lucky. Remember how I said it's a false dichotomy?
But it has to get lucky. No. What you're trying, so what you're saying, if you want to say because it has the three-dimensional shape of chemistry or whatever in the laws of nature, then you would have to say that's extremely finely tuned.
No, I
You would have
wouldn't.
to say no. It can't be random. It
I never said it
cannot.
was random.
Okay. So explain it one more time how you could build a transcript, right? And just so happen to get it right every single time in a particular cell type.
Billions
And
of
you're gonna
times in succession. Yeah.
right, and you're gonna exclude certain pieces, certain exons, and then you're gonna know to add on a polytail on the end so that the
There's no
DNA
knowing.
doesn't
You
degrade.
keep saying that these things know
Okay,
something.
well, why is it adding you then? Why is it adding you then?
It doesn't know anything. It
Okay,
is
but why is
simply
it adding it?
I'm explaining, man. Don't interrupt me in the middle of my explanation,
Okay,
okay?
sure, go ahead.
Okay, so let me explain it here. Okay, the structure of these enzymes, right, these molecules, is determined by their amino acid sequence, right? When those amino acids fold in 3 dimensions, they fold according to that sequence. The way that the enzyme works is in relation with its 3-dimensional structure that it was a result of that sequence. So all of this is a result of the sequence of amino acids. And if you have that sequence, it will do a certain behavior because of the laws of chemistry. All of chemistry is determined by electrons, electron activity. So the electric, like the negative charge and positive charge
We know that.
distribution of these enzymes.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
We know that.
Okay, so that's garbage. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you don't even have the amino acids yet. We're talking about we talking about the transcript. Okay,
wait,
it's
wait.
like we talk.
Maybe
Yeah,
I
we talking the transcript.
Maybe I misunderstood your question. Let me ask a clarifying question.
I said the spliceosome.
Let me ask a clarifying question, dude. Dang.
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So my question, well, I thought you were asking, why do these certain enzymes, like a spliceosome, why do they like splice out certain sequences and put a cap like on them, and why do they fulfill these functions? I was explaining that all the functions for all the enzymes are determined by their chemistry.
That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
By the sequence.
You totally changed that completely. You're making this up as you go along.
No,
I was talking about nucleotides.
I literally learned this.
Okay, excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. 1 second. I was talking about nucleotides that code for amino acids. Okay, so then you said these amino acids have to be a three-dimensional shape. Yes, it is three-dimensional shapes because they interact with other three-dimensional shapes. But before that, it had nothing to do with amino acids yet. The spliceosome is selecting, okay, exons for particular transcript, to build particular transcripts for particular cell types. And they're even doing it.
Wait, you started talking about spliceosomes, which already imply that they are enzymes, that they have amino acid sequences, that they were genes that were encoded. All of that is inherent in you bringing up spliceosomes.
Spliceosome is a ribonucleoprotein complex. It contains both RNA and proteins. It's a machine. It's a machine.
Yeah, you're talking about an
machine.
enzyme, yes, which is
protein. This machine is but it has RNA in it too. It's a ribonucleoprotein complex. This machine is purposely excluding certain exons and certain transcripts. It's purposely
doing anything.
Okay. Please, can you just please stop interrupting me? I know you don't agree.
Wrong things.
No. I'm saying what I know. It's purposely doing it. Okay, because if it wasn't purposely doing it, it wouldn't add it. It's purposely not adding. It's purposely not adding certain transcripts because you got a stretch of genes right here. It's adding particular ones and not adding the other one and splicing out the other ones. And it's purposely adding a polytail, which has a bunch of adenines on it, and that's stopping it from degrading before it gets over to the ribosome. It's doing it on purpose.
And as I have explained multiple times now, literally all of that function and activity is completely described by the chemistry of the spliceosome. Like it is the specific structural chemistry of the spliceosome that is causing all of that to happen.
Isn't it just the folding, the three-dimensional folding that the protein is doing? Isn't that basically showing it which ones it should add and which ones it should not?
No, it's not. The folding don't even start yet.
The folding all based on the
folding don't even start then.
No, it's all based on the three-dimensional structure and the charge density. These are just chemistry.
You are just totally just putting words together.
C. Brown, can you demonstrate? C. Brown, can you look? You've been going for a while now, and we've just been sitting back watching your denials. Can you actually demonstrate that there is an intelligence behind it? Like, let's get some evidence from your side, C. Brown.
Yeah, because there's function. It's directed.
Function doesn't necessitate intelligence.
It's directed working function. The directions are there to have the functions, all the different functions.
It sounds like a natural process to me.
And what
That's
C.
all
Brown
that it sounds
is saying,
like.
What C. Brown is saying is selecting different specific functions to do.
Yeah,
we're talking about ERVs right now.
No, we're talking about sort of eukaryotic cells and
we're talking about machinery, right?
Carrying. Well, I mean, I don't think anybody really refers to it as machinery.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you one question, Grayson.
Well, no, I asked you a question. No, C. Brown, I asked you a question. What evidence do you have that demonstrates an intelligence is behind this rather than the natural processes that we have observed?
Okay, so wait a minute.
Yeah, Jungle, no one asked you a damn thing.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna answer the question. But first of all, I want to say you haven't observed nothing happening naturally. That's your assumptions. So let's take that off the table right now. Okay, the reason why I know it's intelligently designed is because of the fact is that it's the sequences and the purpose and the intentionality speaks to a designer, period. There's no way you can get that type of complexity. Because let's look at it. Let's back up a little bit. Okay. Before
you're just asserting design.
You asked me to explain. You asked me to explain it.
They worship.
You asking me. See, you know what? I can see this is what you guys do. You know I'm about to get you.
No.
Now you want to cut me off. And then you try to cut me off. You try to cut me off when you try to cut me.
You haven't made any new arguments. You're repeating the same arguments.
I'm not repeating myself. I told you I'm giving you more detail. I'm giving you more detail.
Gentlemen, let's all love each other.
Donnie, you haven't even been here. C. Brown, you can finish.
C. Brown and Grayson.
Let me give you more detail, though.
C. Brown has kind of decided to request. Hang on a second. C. Brown's decided to request time to speak one-on-one with Grayson, which we allowed, the panel sort of allowed, and basically asked Grayson to explain a whole load of things where Grayson he explained them, and then C. Brown just said, no, that's rubbish, that's terrible. So the question comes, how do you explain them? What's your process in place for creating this intentionality? And all we've heard is, it's intentional. That's all we've heard.
Okay, I want to tell you. I was trying to tell you. I was really trying to tell you, Mark. I really want to tell you how it works.
I'm fascinated.
Okay, I want to tell you how it works. Okay, so again, you have a long string of DNA. You have a promoter, okay, that basically tells RNA polymerase where to start to transcribe. Not only that, you have a whole bunch of 5 or 6 different other proteins that helps the RNA polymerase. So you got a collection of proteins all working together to direct the RNA polymerase to a certain loci. Okay, so basically, that right there, I mean, how is that not function purpose right there? How is that not intentionality? Why would they direct?
Intention has to be something that occurs in a conscious being. None of what you listed were conscious.
Correct.
Okay. So what is it doing then? So why is it right all the time then?
Carrying out a function.
Everything that you described, all right, is like how is it that the chaperones know where to take these transcripts or these proteins? How do these chaperones know this then, according to you?
Okay, so let me answer the question. The chaperones ain't taking the proteins anywhere. The chaperones is what happens after the protein went through the ribosome. The chaperones is the final test to make sure that the protein folded correctly. And if you can't get that proper fold because maybe RNA polymerase read too many nucleotides on the end, or it was error. Hold up. You asked me. Oh my goodness!
You're not saying anything that's pertinent. You're using.
Okay, no. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Too many words, man.
Every time I'm trying to get you, you ask me a question. No. Every time I try to get you, and I told you. You're using the wrong thing. The chaperones don't know that.
I know. So I'm changing my question, dude. I'm responding to what you said with saying, I will change my question. How do the chaperones know what the proper form it is to fold these proteins in? You see how easy
because there's a target. Because there's a target. It has a target. Because the chaperone. Let me explain it to you. Because the protein needs to interact with other proteins. So the proteins are very complex.
And
Why
everything's
proteins
made from
are very
information.
complex. they need to be able to interact with the other proteins. So if it falls off of, it's chemistry is so broad. That is extremely broad.
It's the
This is
information of evolution.
specialized. This is special.
I have a question. Do promoters make transcription errors?
I mean, if you get some type of if you get a mutation in it, perhaps, you know.
But do they have
but
errors?
Basically,
do they have errors?
I mean, they could have an error.
Right, they do.
Any
right?
system.
Yeah, they do. So if they hang on a sec, C. Brown. So if hang on a sec, if they know what to select, then why do they have errors?
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is probably very few. I don't know that they have errors. Okay. But I know that they're. I know that they're very. I know that they're. I know you know because you know everything that's going to support
I guess
evolution.
that I'm putting it to you.
Say,
if there is some infinite intelligence around this and they know what they're doing, they wouldn't have as many errors as they do. They'd have no errors whatsoever because they would know. However, if they are a natural process that goes through its natural process, then errors will occur because errors always occur with natural.
Okay, so they, yeah.
I never said I could. I don't even know that
they don't have a lot of errors.
But thank you very much for that complete non sequitur. Thank you.
Okay, so they don't have errors.
Well, why are you complaining?
Maybe there's mutational errors or whatever. But the point is, they know what the promoters know where to tell the RNA polymerase where to start the transcription.
But some don't know.
And also depending upon the protein or the cell type that need to be produced, it'll start it in different locations. And
so
then
most
you get
know, but some don't know.
Now, excuse me 1 second. Then you'll get other proteins that come and actually help the protein. Then you got elongation factors, initiation factors, and release factors.
Okay, but
all these are proteins that all work.
And you've just described a whole bunch of natural processes.
Like, I feel like that's the argument up here that never comes down. Is like, wow, look how amazing it is. It has to be God.
Right, and some know and some don't know. Some get confused and get the wrong information for some reason. And then you know, sort of. So some make mistakes, and you sort of you hand wave that away. But the whole point is that everything you've described is a natural process. Like none of it has any signs of intelligence whatsoever. And you saying, hey, it has this purpose, sometimes makes mistakes, but hey, nothing's perfect, isn't a demonstration of an intelligent purpose behind it.
No sign whatsoever of intent or purpose or direction or function or...
What?
No. Or being
just
made in the image of the Creator.
It's just natural process.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question.
Intention, purpose, yeah.
Total
denial. Okay, Mark. Let me ask one question. What is more brilliant? Which is more efficient? The DNA or the most advanced computer code that we have? What is more advanced? The most advanced computer code.
I wouldn't really compare the two. I mean, computers can do things like. Hang on a sec. Well, let me answer. I mean, like you ask me a question and then Jungle just talks over the top of me like usual. So you can't really. Hey, Jungle. Hello. Just settle.
You can compare. Please do. Please do compare.
Okay, so computers can do some things that are out of the range of humans. Like if you want to calculate pi or whatever, computers are way better than human functionality in that degree. If you want to calculate logical algorithms and apply
DNA
them,
replication.
Then, like, wow, Jungle, you just don't know how to not talk, right? You're just incapable of not talking. It's insane.
I want to hear what the answer is. The DNA.
Well, we obviously don't want to hear because you're still talking. Wow, are you insane? Like this guy must be out of his gourd. Like seriously. So some things that humans are better at doing, and some things they're not. And some places like DNA makes errors that computer systems would never make. Like just never make.
You're wrong.
So mutational stuff does not come up. up. See, this is the only thing that creationists can do when you're making good points is just go bar, 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 hand wave, you're
DNA
wrong, rah, rah.
replication
This is the
thousand
last
times
resort of a
times
person
better.
with no arguments, no rational justification,
Mark.
just you're wrong.
Drunken, let him finish. Let him finish. Drunken, let him finish.
DNA
Let him finish. Let him
replication
finish.
is
Guys, this is
1,000
devolving.
times better,
Jungle.
Mark.
It is.
Jungle,
It
try
is.
and
1,000 times
and
better.
Yeah, I think we got to lose him.
Okay,
He's
Will,
just
try and
What are
note
you
down.
doing there, Mike? Come on,
what,
Mike.
what is your
Okay,
malfunction,
note
Jungle? I think something's screwed up in your transcription, mate. Wow.
Personally, I blame Praise for not busting out the mute button soon enough.
Oh,
It's 1,000 times
the
better.
mute
And
hammer.
I love everybody. But can I
Well,
ask you, Jungle,
We had
before
a
we go
2-hour free for all. Maybe we should get back on track here. And
Let's do time
definitely
responses
it's
again.
been a wild 6.5 hours, that's for sure.
Been fun.
Maybe we should go slightly back to a structured back and forth. It doesn't have to be as structured as it was earlier, but
Mark just doesn't want to admit he's wrong. It's
Yeah,
1,000 times
that's
better.
a good argument. That's the best argument I've ever
DNA
heard.
replication,
Like, oh yeah,
1,000
you're
times
wrong. That's
better.
my argument. You're wrong. That's beautiful, Jungle. That's
It's more advanced.
It's 1,000 times better DNA replication than
Okay,
computers.
so Jungle, can I just
It's
ask
jungle
you?
power,
Let's
baby.
just have a comment. Because you
Alright.
say
They
it's
mock him for
more
not giving a
advanced.
detailed answer and then won't let him give a detailed answer.
So,
Bravo, idiot evolutionist. Dumbass.
Okay, so who
Alright,
wants to
I'm gonna
take?
start muting people.
Okay, so who wants to take the floor next
really-
for uninterrupted time? Amy, I think it was you. So if you wanted to make a few points,
Yeah,
and
go
then we'll
ahead.
just kind of go back and forth on
All
whoever
right,
wants
Amy's
to
going to be on
respond.
the board, and then SFT is going to be next, and then Grayson, then me.
I don't want to be sitting next to Grayson.
well, I just want
And
to make.
then let's see here, Mark or
Grayson's
James.
too
Amy,
cool.
people sometimes pay for that.
I know.
What
right?
one? Who wants Mark or James next?
Then we'll
I
go.
want to be after Mark. I want to be after Mark.
Let
Alright, so
James
Mark's
go.
going
I've been pretty vocal recently, so let James go. Get
Okay,
a
we'll
word
let
in.
James go then.
Thank you.
Oops, I hit the wrong one. And we'll let Jungle or Jay. I'll put Jungle there. He's getting going here. There we go. There's the order, everyone.
Okay, so let's shift back to the topic, I guess. But we can broaden it a little bit. Let's say what's the best evidence for evolution, but also what's the best evidence for separate ancestry, you know? Give everybody a little bit of burden here. And so, Amy, floor is yours. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Late night debate.
Well, I just want to point out someone brought up that caterpillars wouldn't go through such a horrible process. I just have to point out that Mother Nature, metaphorically, is often horrible. Praying mantises, males learn that after they copulate the hard way. And so it doesn't surprise me that there'd be many natural selective mechanisms that to us seem actually horrific. And I want to really go to this most advanced code ever because it doesn't matter to me that genes are following chemical compositions. If I were to ask any one of my creationist friends, I get the feeling that if they would want to program, they would not want DNA code. I guess I should really be asking that in the form. If someone would like to answer on the creationist side, what does it mean to be more advanced? And if I were hiring you for any level of computer code, would you replace it with DNA? Would you allow that for a Unix on just an operating system? How about a program? Would you replace C++ with DNA? All right, how about just your website browser? You're going to change out HTML? I would like to know what you mean by advanced, because it's like comparing two completely different systems to me. And I'll hand it over with that.
Okay. I kind of want to introduce a couple things to the table and maybe put forth a couple points that I feel support my specific model. And at the same time, because we have primarily discussed, at least the portions that I was here, evidence for evolution, mosaics, nested hierarchies. With Kent, we had many different lines of evidence discussed, but I think there's a lot of what's called discriminatory lines of evidence, most of which we've discussed in past debates, as a matter of fact. For example, I know Mark Reid, my man, loves the endogenous retroviruses topic.
Sure do.
And I find that endogenous retroviruses and the existence of many of their functional roles is actually excellent evidence for creation, because I've yet to see a strong response to how a lot of these functional roles can come about. Specifically, and I'm trying to find the one here on embryological development. And so I do see a lot of evolutionary philosophy and storytelling. Okay, right here. So I think this is excellent evidence for separate ancestry and design. And I'll just kind of throw this one at the table. Firstly, evolutionists have been saying for a while that ERVs are the best evidence for evolution. But the more we've learned about ERVs and the more we've learned about the genome in general, I mean, it's a 4-dimensional code that's chock full of meta information. There's multiple overlapping codes. These codes are nested, and we write books that can be read forwards, but DNA can literally be read both forwards and backwards, and every other DNA letter has a third built-in message. But anyways, I just want to introduce this to the topic, and I find this fascinating because this paper, right from the secular literature, points out that if the accidental infection of a mammalian ancestor by an exogenous retrovirus had never occurred, firstly, they're assuming that that did occur, because if you actually read through the paper, there's no plausible empirical explanation for how this functional role could have come about naturalistically. The placenta and the mammals that produce it, including humans, would have never existed. So basically, we require this functional DNA element to exist. I like to exist. Everybody on this panel likes to exist. And so to me, that's amazing evidence for common design due to the shared elements that are there for a functional, but not only a functional, an essential reason. And I could bring more lines of evidence to the table, but I'll kind of wrap it up there.
Okay, yeah, you're over time. This is probably the 4th or 5th time that I've heard the word for word exact same argument from you. So I'll just say the same thing I always say to you that you never address. All of these functions are less than 1% of the total amount of ERVs. You have not demonstrated that all ERVs have function, not even close to that. You've pointed out a very, very small fraction of ERVs that do have a demonstrated function, and you're asking for how they could have arrived that function. The premise of your question is incorrect. Syncytin already had a function when it first entered the human genome as a virus. Syncytin is literally a viral gene that has function in that virus, and the function is useful in placental development. It's a very sticky molecule. Like the syncytin has not changed its function. Okay, the function of the syncytin is ultimately the same for the enzyme. It's doing the same role it was already doing in the viruses. Like it's just incorporated in the human system to take advantage of the function it was already demonstrating. So the premise of your question is incorrect. And then just to hop on with what also, I would just say that none of that was a criteria for design or separate ancestry, like also. And on top of that, C. Brown was bringing up points about, oh, what's the more advanced or more efficient system? Well, humans have come up with systems that are more advanced and efficient than photosynthesis, that are like many times more efficient than photosynthesis. And you wouldn't say that that's evidence against your position, now would you? So the opposite is not evidence for your position. That just because something is advanced or efficient is not a criteria of design. I already debunked your point about complexity in design, which you keep bringing up about black holes. Black holes are more complex than anything humans have ever built. Humans cannot build black holes, and yet we know black holes are naturally forming. We can see black holes form naturally. We understand how they form, like from like stars and supernovas. So none of that is criteria proving design. Okay, none of that. You haven't provided any evidence for your position from anybody here yet. And Jungle just points to magical matter, and he just literally makes up magical matter. Well, guess what, Jungle? If it's magical, it literally can do all those things that you said by magic. But again, you're the only one that's bringing up magical matter. Nobody else is.
Okay, Praise, you're next. How much time do we have? I didn't know we agreed on a certain time limit. What time are we doing?
Well, I mean, we can leave
Do
it from
like
3
2
minutes
minutes.
max.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 minutes max. We'll jot that down. Okay, I'm not going to be specifically timing everybody, so hopefully people can be responsible for their own time. Okay, so Praise, go ahead. You're next.
So I like to say that there's hallmarks of design all around us. We have symbiotic relationships, irreducible features of biology, physics. It's all integrated together. It can't come part by part. It can't come from a top or a bottom to top process. It has to be top to bottom. I'm going to give some examples here. For instance, there's statistics, syntax, semantics, pragmatics, and apodetics in genetic code. So that shows the same rules we have for our own language is actually in the cell itself, the genetic information. So evolutionists can deny all they want that there's an intelligent designer, but the intelligent agency is undeniable. And I'll end it there.
James W., you're next.
Well, cells are governed by physics and chemistry. As amazing as you think they may be, and as amazing as they may in fact be, they're not miraculous. Anything that's happening in there is the same thing that happens outside the cell. It's the only thing that happens anywhere. It's the only thing we've ever seen. Matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. That's it. In order for it to be magic, you'd have to show something happening in the cell that defies physics, something that can't be explained by chemistry, and we just don't see anything. And there's nothing in there that's miraculous. It is, I mean, you could describe it as miraculous because it's amazing and we like living and it allows us to live, but there's nothing in there to indicate that it's not natural.
Jungle, you're up.
Okay. Yeah. Grayson mentioned the matter being magical. Turns out that you need energy to make matter, and energy can't make itself, and energy can't order itself, meaning it can't bunch itself up in one place as opposed to another, and it's always going from order to disorder. And that's the same thing what the black holes are doing when they're being formed. It's just energy and matter coalescing. But the point being is that neither matter nor energy can make itself. It has to have come from a greater outside source. So the universe being a closed system can't account for its own energy. The energy in the universe, which is a closed system, has to come from outside the universe or something greater than the universe. And that's where everything, not just biology, everything is by the power of a greater power, which is, you can't have an infinite regress of greater and greater physical powers, because that's nonsensical and it would just be, everything would burn up if you're getting power from greater and greater powers. You have to have a non-contingent power. You have to have a non-contingent force that makes the universe and everything that we see. And then of course biology too. You have to have a creator for biology too. I guess that's 3.
Jason, you're up.
You can have my time. It's all right.
You're giving your time to someone on your team?
I think that if Jason doesn't want to talk,
Mark, I see you saying something, but you're muted.
No, yeah. I think if Jason doesn't want to talk, he should just leave, not sort of transfer time or whatever it is. Like, I think that's
Why?
kind of silly. Well, it's kind of
I'm just
silly,
interested in
don't you
what Stanley
think?
Petrucci has to say.
Should I bring in
There's nothing wrong
more
with it.
evolutionists and just transfer time to me, mate?
Come
Like,
on,
come
come
on.
on.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, you know, you can transfer time from some other evolutionists in there, and
Dude, just
Newman
say
can
something
transfer
or
you,
don't.
or
Like, seriously, don't like play these
Jason, let's
games. Like,
just stick
seriously.
to the flow. I do appreciate that generosity, Jason, but either pass or contribute. It's up to you. If not, we'll just move right to
So
Mark.
I nominate.
I mean, it's
my time
amazing
to
how
Ryan
it's
Reynolds.
amazing how it's amazing how they go on. They go on about how we've got this belief and faith and all this stuff. They've got just as much faith, and they do. They always dance around it, and they say, "Oh well, when it inflated at 10 to the 58, it was inflating inside of a singularity, so it wasn't really breaking the laws of physics because it was doing that. Because it was inflating at 10 octazillion kilometers per second at the beginning of the Big Bang. That didn't break the laws of physics." I mean, and then, I mean, even Lawrence Krauss says himself, he says, no one has a workable theory of quantum gravity, right? Which is, I mean, and he says, if you don't have a workable theory of quantum gravity, you don't have a Big Bang. So, I mean, it literally takes total faith, utter faith. And they keep dancing around and saying, well, they've done these tests so many picoseconds before the Big Bang and 13.7 billion years. I mean, they must have time machines. And they smash atoms into each other and they say, well, this proves something. It proves nothing. It's all speculation. You can't see these things. So you have to have faith. And you do have a faith. So you are here evangelizing for your faith of evolution. So there you go. That's what I think.
Okay, Mark, floor is yours.
Fantastic, thank you.
Mark.
Yeah, so with ERVs, like I think that you're sort of saying because they have some sort of function, then they must have been given that function by somebody, and that's not true. I mean, again and again, Donnie, I've sort of pointed you to your own papers saying about the co-option of viruses, and I do want to point of retroviruses, sorry, and I do want to point to the Phoenix experiment, which was a group of scientists in France that actually took one of the later HERV or human endogenous retrovirus elements, added back in elements similar to current viruses, and the thing came back alive. It actually started producing viruses off of it. So your sort of thing that, oh, it was there before, you've got to explain why these viruses can be resurrected, why the ones that we say infected the germline later on, like the ones that are shared between apes, are more similar to viruses and the ones further back are more garbled, and you have to explain all of that, which you don't do. You just sort of say, hey, they've got function, they must have been put there, which is not an argument. The argument is that they've been co-opted, and we can tell that from the mutations they have. I mean, we can even track the mutations between these viral elements, which we do. They've got a whole database for it, for the different types of endogenous retroviruses. But, you know, in some way you've got to explain, if they were put there by a creator, why they can be reactivated when we put the viral elements back in that have been mutated. So, yeah, maybe you can explain that one. You know, I'm not sure what Jungle Jargon was saying. It just seemed like assertions and stuff. I don't have faith, Jason. Like, no, you know, it depends on what your definition of faith is. If you're saying faith is just confidence in something, well, maybe, but that's not what I define as faith. I try to have everything based upon rational justification. So I'm not sure what you were talking to. And I just want to bring up something new, that they actually found uracil in an asteroid. The Japanese scientists found uracil in an asteroid up in space. Explain that one. Why did God put a fundamental nucleotide for RNA in an asteroid in space? And niacin, like B3 as well.
Okay.
Non-intelligent creator.
Mark,
well,
thank you very much.
Just spreading the RNA around the universe, apparently.
Okay, so what we're going to do now that we have...
I can't wait. Please give me a citation in the side chat, please.
Sure.
I mean,
Guys,
in the
don't worry.
please.
Listen, after enough uninterrupted responses, we will turn it back into a free-for-all for a bit. So let's see. So Mark just went. So we've got praise. I feel like we're out of order right now.
Yeah, no, it was my turn. Yeah, it was my turn. Yeah.
So we're going to go C. Brown. And then, okay. Go ahead, C. Brown, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I just I want to address the ERVs. Okay, first of all, how do I want you guys to explain what methods you guys use to test ERVs, because if ERVs are not active, is not doing anything at the moment, whether it get turned on later, whether it's you making sure you're using the right cell type, because if you're testing an ERV in a certain cell type, it's not going to show any function. So the question is, uh, I absolutely do not believe Grayson when he said 1% of ERVs is functional. That is a straight out lie. Okay, um, if we didn't have the ERVs in our system, we wouldn't have embryonic development. That is big. ERVs are responsible for promoters, enhancers, and chromatin assembly. So they're very functional. So I really absolutely do not believe him when he says that. And the thing about I wanted to talk about this. I'm about to go to sleep in a second anyway. Well, I'm about to turn my phone off because my girl's sleeping. I'm just going to listen. But the whole thing about the this asteroid getting Uracell or whatever you say got Uracell. It's a big deal. That is, it's like you guys. We have a wealth of information. We have a wealth of information that points to an intelligent designer. There are so many features, about the cell that you guys thought was just uh, ridiculous because you guys expect the cell to be simple. So we see all these features. You find something like some Uracell on an asteroid, and then all of a sudden that's evolution. That's nothing.
Do you know what Uracell is?
Uracell is just it's the amino, it's the the RNA. It's the RNA.
Yeah, it's one of the nucleosides for
Right.
RNA.
So you got one base. What's that?
Yeah, I've heard
You got
a
one
lot of.
base.
I've heard Mark
Okay.
Reid make this argument about ERVs a lot of times to creationists, and it seems to me, especially like when he's debating Kent Hovind, that the response is always like Mark will just lay out why he thinks it's evidence, and then they'll say, "But no, ERVs do have a function." And it seems to me like you're wishing that he was actually arguing about junk DNA when he's not, and it's like. There is
No, no,
we agree
AJ,
there's a
that's
function.
wrong. That's wrong, AJ. But AJ, since you came in late, we're going to kind of put you at the bottom of the list, unfortunately.
We're kind of doing
There's
a
lot
round
of
robin,
points on the
AJ,
table.
sort of, so 2-3 minutes per person.
That's
no,
my
no,
bad
it's
then.
okay. You didn't know, mate. That's okay. It's just.
Hey,
That's all
I'm gonna leave soon, so I'll donate my time to AJ. But if I can make a last response, I'd like to get in the queue.
Well, I want to respond to what Grayson said. I haven't had a chance yet. So I think we've got Praise now, if I'm not mistaken. Praise, have you gone yet? And then we're
No,
back.
but I have a quick response, so
Okay,
it'll
go
just
ahead.
be like 30 seconds.
Well,
and
take
then
your
we'll hand
time.
over to the
Everybody's
next
got up to 3 minutes. So, I mean, whatever you need. Go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to ERVs, we know that we can't attribute it to evolution because shared functional biological similarity, it does not fit in a nested hierarchy. The best explanation is a common design, but also shared non-functional biological similarity that fits best in a nested hierarchy. So all things being equal, best explained by common descent. That's what you guys claim. And then shared functional biological similarity in a tree-like pattern is explained well by common design. So it's just like it. I think you're assuming or affirming the consequent or begging the question. I'll just end it there. So whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Praise. I think we're back at the top of the board here. So, Amy, you got your response whenever you're ready.
Thank you so very much. I am going to go backwards because I'm going to share my screen at the very end. So I think that faith is not a good way to discern fact from fiction. I often get that blind faith is actually what I'm describing, and yet from the atheist position, we have no way from discerning blind faith from just the good old-fashioned faith. quantum gravity and trying to figure out all sorts of interesting hypotheses. How can we tie quantum mechanics and gravity? All of these sorts of things are interesting. However, we have many different other frameworks. We can understand the world even before we understand that. I do not think that we are contingent on a mind. It would be the first time that a natural or physical law actually is. As far as we can tell, we're the only minds that actually exist, and thus making God a creation of ours and contingent on us to exist. And then finally, I just want to share. Well, as I share my screen, I just want to say that SFT, you've done a fantastic job modding today. And so as a moderator, as someone who knows how spicy it can get, I just want to send love to you. And
Not always easy, right, Amy?
Indeed, indeed. And so I'm sharing, because you asked the question, just what is one of your common ancestry best evidences? And this is an orangutan. And so I think that the common ancestry, in some ways, they're trying to say, well, show us all the way back to bacteria. But in other ways, they are saying, but we're not related to any other apes. We are not apes, and we are something special. And so to me, it is just so hard to deny, both genetically through the fossil record and my own intuition, that that other person on the screen is related to us. That's I submit into evidence, and I hand over the rest of my time.
Very good. Very
Wait,
good.
hand over the rest of your time to who?
Oh, well, whoever's next, I guess, because we were going round robin.
Don't do it to
SFT. Woohoo! That's
Looks
right,
like
baby.
I get
Right
3
over us.
minutes. Looks like I
I'll
get
pay-
3 minutes and 3 seconds.
I'll send a $10 super chat if you give your time to me, Amy. I'll bribe you for your time.
And AJ, good to have you. I put you after Jungle Jargon, and that way you don't have to wait too long. You've been really good tonight because now we've got Amy, me, Grayson, Jungle, and then you basically on the evolutionist side. So it looks good. And Jason, you'll be right at the bottom to give those final points. And so, okay, let me start my timer here. So much to address in so little time. Why I love debating Grayson is because every time we go at it, I become even more confident as a creationist because it's a lot of dodging. It's dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. 5D is a dodgeball. And so one thing Grayson doesn't point out, he's out of date on the literature. I hear a little background noise. Somebody can mute. Is that over 90% of your ERV sequences, they're not actually true retroviruses, as in they don't resemble the full ERV units, right? The LTRs, your GAG, your POL, your ENV, your host DNA on either side, and even the evolutionary community. A lot of them say that your ERVs, which have your LTRs, which have your ENV genes, but then you have retrotransposons, and a lot will say that your retro viruses originated from within the genome, and that makes sense. There's this chicken and egg paradox. What came first, the retrovirus or the host? Because a retrovirus requires a host to replicate in the first place. And so, of course, they're going to share those sequence similarities with endogenous retroviruses or retrotransposons in general. So notice here, we systematically identify 13,889 expressed HERVs across normal body sites and demonstrate that they're expressed in body site specific patterns. And you could read through this going over a lot of these functions for these ERVs, specifically the HERVs, but your 90% basically of so-called ERVs simply represent what? Simply represent solo LTRs. And solo LTRs are involved in transcription. They actually serve as binding sites for initiating or enhancing gene expression. And there's paper after paper describing the functions of these solo LTRs. And so it's the evolutionists that assume these are degenerated ERVs when they actually represent functional stretches of DNA. The Phoenix virus experiment, well, if they've resurrected a pre-existing virus, well, then that makes sense according to our model, which is the escapee hypothesis, which again, many evolutionists hold to in order to overcome that chicken egg paradox. Okay, so yeah, if retroviruses originated from within the genome rather than outside, then that makes sense that you're going to be able to resurrect viruses from the genome. I mean, this is pretty basic. And you really only have 20 to 30 full ERVs, where you've got the LTRs, the GAG, the POL, the ENV. And again, those function as antiviral protectors. They function in embryonic development. They function in determining cell types. And so you have your thousands of solo LTRs, they're functional. And then you have your roughly 20 to 30 full ERVs, they're functional too. And so Grayson's out of date and out of touch, and that's 3 minutes. So that's it.
Yeah, I don't know what I said that was out of date or out of touch that was in any way contradictory to what you just showed. I mean, I'm completely aware of the majority of ERV sequences being like solo LTRs. This is not new information for me. Nothing I said contradicts that. What I did say is that less than 1% of all ERVs have any known function of any kind. And C. Brown can be incredulous about that all he wants. But Donnie, I have provided you the papers demonstrating this before. One of the explanations is that less than 1% of ERVs even have an open reading frame. That means that if you don't have an open reading frame, you don't get transcribed at all into RNA. Now, you want to say that these LTRs, right? Oh, and by the way, like, not all LTRs have function too. That's another less than 1% of LTRs have been shown to have function. So in every case, all of you creationists do not understand fractions, right? Let's ask, how many of these like functions that you're bringing up, like how many is that compared to the total number of ERVs? And every single time that we do that, it's less than 1%. Every single time. If you understand how fractions work, then you would know that everything that you've brought up is less than 1% of the total ERVs. You want to claim that all solo LTRs have function. You have not demonstrated as such. You've demonstrated that certain LTRs or certain ERVs like syncytin have had functions demonstrated. But again, fractions, people, these are very, very, very small fractions of the total amount of ERVs, the vast majority of which have no known or demonstrated function of any kind. And it's that simple. So you can not believe me all you want, but if you go and look this up, there are studies on it. I have sent Donnie several, which he, ignored and then later claimed I didn't send him, and then was proven wrong on stream. Like when I showed I did send him the article that shows this. So, just because you're incredulous doesn't mean I'm wrong. And I have the facts and evidence on my side. Just go research ERVs yourself.
Okay, Grayson, thank you for that very sweet response. We're going to hand it over now to Jungle Jargon. So, Jungle, go ahead, 2 to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. Besides the skeptics and atheists giving all the credit to mindless, unguided matter, there's other problems too, and that's our known human history and calendars and genealogies go back 5,000 years. Oh, yeah. So it's all going back 5,000 years, all of known human history, and the Bible has history that goes back 6,000 years. And the reason for the 5,000 years of the calendars is that it turns out that 5,000 years ago was the birth of Noah. And it just coincides with his birth. So all the calendars seem to be based on the birth of Noah. And of course, you have the genealogies, of course, all go back You know, the same common ancestors that everybody has. And like I said, the Bible has an additional 1,000 years before Noah.
Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Sumerian, animist, all of them are more than 5,000 years. All of them.
Hey,
Grayson,
you're out of
just,
turn. You're out of place.
Let him finish.
You're out of place, out of turn, and you're wrong too, Jason. I mean, Grayson.
Jason is wrong. I agree.
Anyways,
Anyways,
yeah,
yeah, the reason I was
Grayson
interrupting
is
is because
Jason
I'm
with a
leaving,
few
so I don't respect the
Grayson,
format
Grayson,
Good to see you.
Grayson,
Come on,
come on,
we're
dude. You can't
having
just
serious
interrupt people. Come on. Yeah,
Well,
go,
I said
go,
the
John.
reason I'm interrupting
Jason,
is
we're having a
because I'm leaving,
serious.
so I no longer
Grayson,
have to
don't
respect
no
the
no
format that
Grayson,
rules
don't
now.
hit him. Grayson, stick around at least for the next response. You made some points.
I
that need
already
to be
said
made.
that the last response was my last, and I cede the rest of my time to AJ, and I was interrupting because I'm no longer following the format because I'm saying goodbye. Peace out.
Then,
Bye.
Goodbye, Grayson.
See
Good to
ya,
see you,
man.
man.
Bye,
I'll talk to you soon,
Grayson.
buddy.
Good night.
We're having a serious discussion
See
here.
you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, appreciate that. I think we're going.
I'm sure
I
he'll
think,
watch the response SFP.
I think that's true. I think. And you know what?
Okay.
Credit where credit is due. I've taken 2 breaks over the last 7 hours, and I'm pretty sure Grayson has gone the full 7 hours. So,
wow,
Grayson, good job. Way to go. We appreciate it. That's what this is all about. You know, creationist, evolutionists coming together, bringing the heat, getting passionate at times, but shaking hands at the end of the day. So great job, Grayson. You lasted the full 7 hours where I've needed 2 breaks. So good endurance. Okay, here we go. AJ in the house. So AJ, you got 2 to 3 minutes. Floor is yours. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Okay. Could you add my screen share, if you don't mind?
Oh, screen.
So,
you know I always appreciate the visuals, AJ.
yeah, well, boy, Grayson is a feisty young man, isn't he? He's handsome too. Anyway, so I was going to talk about this when I was on earlier, but we had so many topics going on at once, and a lot of people sort of commenting that I didn't really get a chance because we didn't really have like one person talking for a long time. So I've heard a lot of creationist arguments about how we don't see any increases of information, and I never know how they quantify that word. So I think a good example of just evolution itself, but also possibly a good candidate for adding information would be the evolution of corn. So corn, it accounts for 1% of all global crop production. About 99% of that corn is one type, which is called yellow dent number 2. We produce around 1,200 million tons each year globally. But around 9,000 years ago, the earliest corn, which is actually a grass called teosinte, it was native to Mexico, was grown natively, but these had 10 or 15 kernels on them, like you can see on the left, and they were pretty much rock hard. They were almost inedible. And then farmers over the next 4,000 years have bred kernels or ears of corn now that have hundreds of kernels that are soft and edible. So my question is, if we compare the original crop with 10 hard kernels on each ear to the modern corn with hundreds of them, does this count as an increase of information? And I will pretty much end my talk there.
Okay, very good, AJ. Appreciate it. We're going to now hand it to C. Brown. I know you're dying to get your rebuttals in here. So, Mr. Brown, whenever you're ready, let me unmute you. Or I guess you got to unmute yourself. You're good to go.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to say, first of all, I believe that the number as far as ERVs that don't have open reading frames is more like I think it's something like 90%, and then but then 90% of them are the short, are the can't think of the word right now, are the short. You said it earlier, um, Donnie.
LTR.
What is obviously not LTR, but solo. Yeah. solo LTRs. Yes, you're right, solo LTRs. So, but the thing about it is basically until evolutionists could really come up with a way to test to see what's functioning by testing the right cell types, they can't really say something isn't functional. And I challenge. I wish Grayson didn't leave because I sent him the one website called Harmonize, and what they do is they don't they test genes by association and co-expression. And a lot of genes that they thought that it wasn't really doing anything were doing a lot because they're co-expressed. And that speaks to the complexity of the cell. You know, if you got genes co-expressed, right, and then you're finding the gene associations, that right there speaks to intelligent design. So I really don't have a lot to say. You know, I'm kind of toning it down. About to go to sleep in a little bit. I'm just gonna kind of just listen along. But I am interested in Mark. The last talk we had, and he mentioned that how do I say how the designer designed? I think that's a ridiculous question. We're appealing to an intelligent designer. You're appealing to just naturalism. So we really don't have that burden to explain that. That's something you have because you think everything is natural. That's it.
All right. Thank you, C. Brown. James W., floor is yours.
Did I miss my goals?
Yeah, well.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Mark, I think when Grayson
go
left.
last.
Oh,
That's
I think
all.
AJ left too, maybe? Okay, so I think
Yeah, I
that
think
screwed
AJ
everything
left
up.
as
So
well.
you're right, Mark. I think you're next, right?
I don't know. I haven't gone in a while, but Mark, you
Well,
go.
are you
Also
sure?
sending love, AJ.
We can
Here
go
we
you
go,
then,
Mark. Sorry,
Jason. I know that Praise has spoken before I have, but I think Jason got shunted to the back as well. So
Why
do
don't
you
we
want to
do
go,
this?
James,
I'm
and then
pretty
we can go
sure.
to Jason?
I'm pretty sure Mark was next, but when AJ left, I think it screwed up the order here. So we've
Okay,
got
all
C.
right.
Brown.
No worries.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just the weird thing that Praise sort of said was that it's not evidence of nested hierarchy, where ERVs are definitely evidence of nested hierarchy. We have not exactly, but we have those ERVs following the pattern of a nested hierarchy. So I don't know where you got that from. You'd probably have to provide some sort of evidence that they're outside nested hierarchy. Now, Donnie sort of said, well, the ERVs could have originated from inside that organism because they'd share a structure kind of thing, and they would share a structure, and that is true, but what they wouldn't share is the location, the target site location, Donnie. And this is something you completely ignore, that if those viruses did come, they were locally infected, then that would be a different target site location, or the chances of it being the same site is ridiculously high. So that doesn't actually work at all. It doesn't actually help you. The fact that they are the same target location means that they did get infected in the germline earlier in the species, and the fact that carries over to other species means that those species shared a common ancestor. Your own paper says that the LTR is considered the landing strip of endogenous retroviruses, and that's how we determine where a section of gene code is actually a endogenous retrovirus, or the fragments. And yeah, some are solo LTRs, but the only place we see LTRs form, and we've seen it no end of times, is when integrase makes that copying in. So the LTR does not form from the infectious particles that leave the cells. They're replicated inside the origin genome, the one that it is infecting. So that doesn't actually help you that they're solo LTRs. You still have to explain how they got there if it wasn't shared ancestry, how they're in the same location if it originated from inside the organism, kind of thing. And this idea that because we say everything is natural, you just get a burden of, you don't have any burden of proof to show that your sort of God figure actually did it, it's special pleading. It's sort of saying, hey, well, you've got an explanation, we've got an explanation, you have to give the minute detail of how yours works, because we've appealed to something that we don't understand or can't even demonstrate. We just get to skip that burden of proof. No, nothing works like that. Like nothing works like that. You don't get to say magic or unicorns or gnomes or fairies and just say, hey, because we've said this thing we can't demonstrate, we don't have to show that it's real. No, you show that how it happens, and then you get to say that is what it is. So, you know, I don't understand where you're coming from. Like, I could make a really vague appeal to magical energy and say, well, because I've determined it's magical energy, I don't have to explain it. No, that's not an actual thing. But yeah, that's probably all I've got to say. So thank you.
Hey, Donnie, when can we go back to the open forum again?
Let's
I thought you
do
wanted segments.
Yeah, well, we can go back to the open forum in a little bit. Let's still at least go around the room once or twice more. So, Mark, very good. I appreciate that. Praise, over to you now.
Yeah, so I want to quote Michael Lynch here. Remarkably, we found many cases of parallel intron gains at essentially the same sites in independent genotypes. This strongly argues against the common ancestor or common assumption that when two species share introns at the same site, it's always due to inheritance from a common ancestor. But also, I kind of wanted to expound upon a couple other points that the pan troglodytes endogenous retrovirus 1, the PTRV1, it has become integrated in the germline of African apes and also the old world monkey species, but is absent from the human and Asian ape genomes. So that would show you that it's common design and it's not an nested hierarchy. I think I give Michael Lynch as a good example there. But I'll just end it there. Whoever wants to go next, I'll hand it off to him.
James W.
Right.
Floor is
So
yours.
we get the naturalism.
I think the ordering's mucked up again.
Hey, I just want to congratulate Praise. Praise, I saw you did so good in your debate against T Junk. You were talking about, I think it was consciousness. I can't remember. Yeah, was it consciousness? Yeah, you did really good in that debate, man. I really enjoyed that. I like to watch that a couple of times when it's good like that. Definitely killed him. We need to do that again with him, for real.
Well, let's do James and then Jason.
Yeah, we'll do that. So James, we're going to put you right here, and so you go, take your time, and then Jason, you'll be next.
Right. So naturalism. So we get to appeal to the natural world. A lot of times we hear from creationists, they'll talk about naturalism of the gaps, because when we don't know something, we can appeal to a natural process. But when we do that, we do so with the history that every single answer we found has always been natural. We've never seen anything else. And we have no evidence of the supernatural. We have no evidence of any deity. If you look at pretty much every religion, they're all incoherent and they're all filled with absurdities and contradictions. And we just don't see that in the natural world. So a deity being the fundamental basis for reality, it just doesn't make sense. Not only don't we need it, it actually seems contradictory. We have no evidence for anything else. Again, the cell doesn't require magic to operate. All it needs is physics and chemistry to run. If it runs fine without magic, only physics is enough. Why would we infer it needed magic to start? It just doesn't follow. Just because we don't understand everything about abiogenesis, it's not a license to engage in fantasy and delusions of grandeur about getting to live forever in some celestial paradise. It sounds nice. It's just not connected to reality.
Okay, appreciate it, James. Jason.
All right, I just wanted to say this because I mean this is pretty amazing. I'm just not saying for the evolutionists to prove it. I'm just saying this is pretty amazing. I'm sorry. The navigation system of the monarch butterfly tells it to navigate to place 2,500 miles away. Sorry, to places 2,500 miles away, to a place that it's never been before without a leader. To follow across things like oceans that have no landmarks on cloudy nights, and on that ocean it also doesn't have the stars to navigate by. It takes it 4 generations to reach Mexico. Each generation knows exactly what to do, and one of the generations has to live twice as long to finish the longest leg of the journey. It literally has to double its lifespan, then fly across the aforementioned oceans, crossing thousands of miles of land as well. 4 generations, each generation has to know everything, all of the above, without being taught. It has to be front-loaded in the genome by an intelligence. And remember, this is a creature with 2 radically different body plans in the same genome, with all of the above information pre-programmed in, and that is an organism that goes through cell death in the chrysalis to form into a completely different creature. Pretty amazing anyway. That's
Love
it.
it. Good stuff, Jason.
I'll go backwards again. It's amazing. It's awesome. Not supernatural that a butterfly can navigate across oceans. It is also obvious that it's not a supernatural process. It takes multiple generations, lots of death, lots of things living, having their lives, and then dying. And not all of them making the journey, even if many do, especially since these processes have become so whittled down after years of evolution that they're actually successful now. Again, amazing and awesome, not supernatural.
Brilliant explanation.
Yes, as opposed to the other explanation, poof.
Yeah,
Also
that just make it sound so easy, like a child's storybook, you know, like it just evolved up from a cell.
Jason,
And
can you let Amy have her time to talk? Like, seriously.
Yes. Only this actually happened. It's where all of the empirical evidence, unlike your storybook, which has talking donkeys. It is the one subtle difference. But we were going to, how does a designer design? Asking that question is ridiculous. That statement, ridiculous. Basically, it is admitting that they are not or we get this a lot, that you're not able, from theists, that you're not able to explain any mechanism by which God does anything. You're going to basically sit here and drill us on, as Mark said, minute details that basically grad students try and argue with. And yet, when we ask about anything, any animal, any object, any cosmological body, any natural physical law, God is completely absent, and we just have to take it from fiat that they did anything. You can't make predictions with this. That is the difference between evolution and, in this instance, creationism. And although evolution has the burden of proof in this conversation, in this debate, in this episode, it is not have a burden of proof in academic circles. It is currently the main framework of facts, and creationism would actually need to present forward and hold a burden of proof. However, I think we presented plenty evidence of why it is taught in academia. Right back over to you, SFT.
All right, very good. Great timing as usual. It's like you moderated one of these before, Amy. Very good.
Maybe.
Well, everyone
got
else
a
has
pro
taken
with
over
us.
the moderation. Why not? Isn't it Praise's room, technically?
Oh yeah, we're on your channel, Praise. This has been a great 7 hours, though, by the way. Okay, so all right, here we go. Lots to work through. Let me start my timer. I'll work through it slowly. Some of this is technical. Fair points, fair questions from Mark. So I do appreciate that. First, let me address a couple things from Grayson. And I'm just not sure if he's confused on this issue of the fact that over 90% of ERV, quote unquote, sequences are just not true endogenous retroviruses. They don't resemble the full ERV units. The full ERV units, maybe 20, maybe 30. And we have a lot of functions for those. I mean, there's only 20 or 30 we have to account for there. But notice this. Therefore, you can read this whole paper for yourself. The 400,000 copies of the LTR retro element scattered throughout the human chromosomes potentially provide extra enhancer promoter sequences and initiation sites for neighboring cell genes. And so basically, these functional stretches of DNA are serving as binding sites for initiating or enhancing gene expression. It's the evolutionist that is assuming these came about through ancient retroviral infections. They were endogenized, and then over time, through recombination and mutations, they were essentially broken down to where they are only solo LTRs now. That's the evolutionist assumption. Grayson's other point about transcriptionally silent ERVs, ones that are not transcribed, again, there's functions for these as well. This is a paper from 2021. And I mean this in the nicest way possible. I just find the evolutionists, they're not up to date on the data. Notice this. All of the antiviral mechanisms described above, we've discussed that in great detail, the fact that ERVs can function in viral mimicry. They require their specific elements that they're made of, including the integrase, including the ENV, the GAG, the pol, everything about the ERV is required for these functions, okay, in viral mimicry, tumor suppression. But notice this, even on top of those, what does this paper say? Nevertheless, transcriptionally silent ERVs can also provide a selection advantage for the host. For example, the presence of repetitive ERV elements may promote recombination processes that increase. So I'll explain what this is. Basically, your transcriptionally silent ERVs can promote recombination, which allows for more host genes and allelic variety, and therefore more ERV units to fight off viruses, viral infections. And so it's basically adding soldiers to the pre-existing army. And so then the last thing I want to say, so anyways, there's functions for every, including transcriptionally silent ERVs. So Grayson's argument doesn't work. Last thing I want to say, the escape hypothesis. I mean, many prominent virologists have argued that retrotransposons, for example, that they are the progenitors of retroviruses, and they were probably around before retroviruses. At some point, they might have captured an envelope gene from the cell and became a virus. And so now these viruses are able to go from cell to cell. They can leave their signatures, but these are the same signatures that are happening internally based on retroviruses that originated within the genome. But Mark here, when he goes over these target site duplications and the signatures that we'd expect from external infection, these are the same signatures you get from the escape hypothesis. It's agnostic, that point at least. Anyways, that's 3 minutes.
Is it mine? My turn?
It's you, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so true endogenous retroviruses, yeah, LTRs show us where sort of retroviruses have been. As I said, as your own paper said, Donnie, they are the landing strip for retroviruses, LTRs. So they just do not form anywhere. They only form when integrase duplicates their code, and they don't come from the sequence that is being retrotranscribed onto the cell. They do not come from there. So you sort of say, well, true retroviruses, anywhere there's LTRs, that was a true retrovirus. We know this as a fact. And I love how you sort of conflate, like, oh, all these viruses have got functionality. No, it says they potentially have functionality. I love how you skip over these words. And later on, you sort of said they may provide a selection element to the host. So it's not that all do, it's they may do. And you skip over these words, Donnie, and maybe that everybody doesn't notice. I notice you skipping over the potentially and may, that sometimes they just don't kind of thing. And it doesn't actually address, again, and I'll reaffirm this, and I do admit I probably should go because it's getting a bit late and I haven't had lunch, but so transcriptionally silent ERVs can provide a selection element to those. Yes, they can. Absolutely. Nobody is saying they are not beneficial. Like, this is the thing, Donnie. You're saying, oh, because they're beneficial, they couldn't be naturally occurring and they have to have some kind of design. And no, that does not follow. As your own paper says, they have been co-opted. And the problem is that you didn't address my Phoenix issue, which was the transcriptionally silent endogenous retrovirus that was reactivated into an actual viral element that infected other cells. Like, you cannot sit there and say, well, that's not really a virus when we have reactivated that virus. And that is not a benefit. That is a severe detriment to the organism that then has to cope with the virus. Admittedly, as it was much weaker than the contemporaries, but that's what we'd expect out of a fragmentary gene code from ages ago. That's completely normal. And we're not assuming these were infected as they were. They definitely were. You have not provided any actual evidence. Even if escape theory is correct, even if that is correct, it only says how the viruses came about. It does not explain why the same viral elements are inserted at the same locations in every cell. Because if it did come from, and you didn't address this at all, because if it did come from the host organism reinfecting cells locally, then they would be in different positions. All escape theory says is that they basically came from humans and then reinfected everything else, as the current model for ERVs currently says. Just as a last thing, I'm probably going to go. I will listen to your response, Donnie. I really do want to hear it, but I'll probably go before give my next thing as an out, because I haven't had lunch and it's like 3:30. So, yeah.
That's very good. No, I appreciate that. That was thorough. Used the full 3 minutes. Great points, and I appreciate you being here for a few hours as well.
Yeah, I would have loved to come. I would have loved to come earlier, but I had stuff to do. Like, this is my daytime, so I actually had to do some stuff with my wife and things. So I would have loved to come earlier, to be honest with you. But thanks for having me anyway.
We'll definitely be doing more of these, that's for sure. So, Amy, yes, I think. Or are you just saying bye to Mark?
Oh, no, I was just saying lunch is important, and it's important to point out that Mark, as an agent of NASA, Mossad, wherever he's working at right now, lovely to have you.
Australia doesn't exist. Exactly. Yeah, me and Jason, we're NASA employees pretending that the Australia exists.
You're at the bottom of the earth somewhere.
And Beamsy too, he's Australian. He must be a NASA employee. Look, I might take off, but I will listen to your response later, Donnie. It's just I'm really hungry, mate. But yeah, it was a good time. We got to do this soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Mark. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, thanks, Fraser. Thanks for having me, and thank you, everybody. Donnie, do consider maybe we should have a debate. I think that would be really good on endogenous retroviruses. It's up to you, of course. I know you're a busy man, but consider it, squeezing me in some way.
I love to see that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Mark. I know it would be an epic debate. It would bring a good audience. And there's just so much to discuss on endogenous retroviruses. I feel like we need a solid three-hour debate.
Or 6. Yeah. I know, mate.
Or six. That's true.
Yeah. All right. Love you all. Take care. And yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, Mark, before you go.
Yeah.
Make sure you have some old evolutionary possum pie for lunch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. I don't know why I'd be killing native species like that, but sure. That's weird. That's just weird. Yeah,
that would be a good nutritious. That would be a good nutritious evolutionary lunch for you.
Like possums are protected here. They're not like pests or anything. They're actually native species. Marsupials.
There's also cows. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I mean, shepherd's pie, cottage pie, I think would go a lot better. So maybe some sheep,
chicken.
Some sheep, sea brown. Like if you like a shepherd's pie,
found a unicorn, right? A Siberian unicorn that grows to 9,000 pounds and has long hair and is like a massive horse with a massive long horn. They actually found the skull. I've got a picture of the skull. This is from the Evolutionists. They actually found it, and they say it's 29,000 years old, and they found it in Kazakhstan. And it says in the Bible that God moved the Israelites out of Egypt with the strength of a unicorn. And it says in Job that unicorn is so big and powerful you could never train it to plow your fields. And they found a creature with a massive, long, razor-sharp horn, one horn, that gets up to 9,000 pounds.
It sounds like a riddle you get in
That's from your side. That's from your side, Newman.
Sounds like a rhinoceros one that you're just